and welcome to what is bound to be a terrific Tungsten Tuesday here at the MODUS Super Series. A real cosmopolitan mix in this Group A, and we saw a mixed bag of results for our players as well in day one's action, and this is what happened. Tom Lonsdale put in some good performances on his debut day at the Super Series. His finishing at key points, there will be an area to improve on, but did nail this 1-4-1. Steve Brown, like Lonsdale, picked up one win on his opening day and will look to kick on Tuesday. Jarno Bottenborg won his first two matches, but proceeded to lose his last three to see him sat in fourth. David Schlichting had the reversal of that on day one, ending strong to put him in the top three. Lee Cox was steady throughout, taking advantage when he needed to. He finds himself in an advantageous position, winning 3 from 5. But the human highlight reel kept delivering. Reece Robinson 5 from 5 with flair and panache. Bull 19 bull, anyone? Yeah, he gave us some great entertainment. Yes, they did. Reece Robinson, he also gave us some good darts as well. And one man that can do both of them is two-time WDF ranking event title winner, Matt Edgar, alongside me up here on the balcony. And look, we've spoken about the Maverick side of Reece Robinson, but let's talk about the actual way he played yesterday, because he didn't drop below that 90 average. He was just solid, spectacular as well at times.
The average was around about the 96 mark for the day. That's over 5 games. That's over 5 games that are spread across a day. That's not easy to do. When the games come thick and fast, it tends to be a bit easier to stay in that flow. But he had periods of time where he wasn't playing for an hour, then he'd come back on again. So to play that standard throughout the day, let's put it this way. Luke Littler was here a couple of weeks ago and was playing a standard just a little bit underneath what we saw from Reece Robinson yesterday. And we was talking about how he's going to go take on the world and how he's going to go be such a big star in the game. We've got to look at Reece Robinson, what he did yesterday, as sheer quality.
96 actually being the record weekly average here at the Super Series, a winning weekly average, that is. Anyway, right, let's have a look and see how the table occupies itself following the first day's worth of action, because, as we say, Reece Robinson, top of the table, had won all 5 of his opening fixtures, but 2 players on 6 points. Let's talk about them. First of all, Lee Cox. He took advantage of opportunities when he needed to take them. He, by his own admission, said he hasn't played to his best standard, but he's got himself in a good position.
And what is that standard? That's the question. What is Lee Cox's best game? He'll know what it is. He sees it all the time in practice. But what is it when it comes across? We saw on the highlights at the start of the show there, something I think summarises his game absolutely perfectly. When he hit that double 3, and he was always dismissive. He threw his hand up as if like, ugh, I've just won a game. He wasn't happy with that result. I mentioned on commentary yesterday that I feel with Lee Cox that I think he overestimates other people's ability whilst underestimating his own. And I think that comes through in a hint of frustration sometimes within his game.
As far as David Schlichting is concerned, lost his first 2 games, but he kind of ran into a couple, didn't he, early on. But towards the latter end of the day, when he was able to kind of play a bit more free-flowingly, we saw some really good stuff, picked up 3 wins. That was a really solid debut day for him.
It was almost textbook. If you're going to have games where you're not playing your best darts on debut, it's going to be match number 1 and 2, and that's where we got the weaker performances. He got better as the day went on, which is kind of what we'd expect to see anyway. He just played completely to the type of a debutant, but he's shown us some really good stuff. I like him styling and profiling. I like the way he sort of carries himself, the demeanour. He's a young man who's potentially got a bit of future in him.
That's David Schlichting. We'll see him in action in a bit. Let's have a look and see what the bookies are saying then at the beginning of day 2's action, because they have Reece Robinson now as a very heavy favourite, 4-9. I suppose that's because he's built up such a big lead so early.
4 points after 1 day is a massive lead, but we've still got 2 days to go, 10 matches. A lot can change. And although I agree he's favourite, 4-9, it's probably actually about right, to be fair, on the basis of what we saw yesterday, the standard, the consistency. But can he do it over 3 days? That's where the question mark lies for me. Who can catch him? That's the tricky part, because to do that, we're going to need someone to go through the card, just like Reece did yesterday. Are they capable? Yes. Do we see it happening? Well, we'll find out.
We'll see who can get maximum points. And talking about maximums, it's time for today's Bet Builder because it's all about the 180 markets today. The player 180s, Reece Robinson, have over 1.5, so that's 2 or more against Steve Brown at 6-5. The game between Lonsdale and Schlichting to have over 1.5, so 2 180s there, the same price. And then Bottenberg to get 2 maximums or more against Tom Lonsdale. A trouble that pays just over 11-1, and that's because anything can happen because it's such a short fight. We don't know how many legs we're going to get, and as a consequence, how many maximums we're going to get.
And that would be my concern, especially with that first one, Robinson versus Brown. We saw the very inconsistent Steve Brown yesterday. He was the lowest running average of everybody here, while Reece Robinson was the best. That could be a game that, if it plays to the form we saw yesterday, could be a 4-0, 4-1, which means we're not going to get many legs. Now, Reece Robinson did hit a lot of 180s yesterday, but I'd just be a little bit concerned by those markets today. I'm not too keen on those sort of plays. I do have all the 180 stats. I'll reel them off on commentary with Phil Bars as we go through the day, but I'm just not so keen. I'd lay that one.
I'll tell you what, we'll let you reel off some stats now because we're going to let you make your way down to the commentary box because it is high time to get the action underway here on Tuesday at the Super Series. It's got to see Jarno Bottenberg in action. He won his first 2 matches yesterday, then went on to lose his last 3. He takes on Lee Cox in this opener, and watching this one in the commentary box, Matthew Edgar is going to make his way down to join Phil Bars. Morning, Phil.
Thank you very much, Henry, and good morning, everyone. Welcome to all our viewers on the MODUS Super Series YouTube channel. Tuesday action as Day 2 of Group A gets underway. This was our final fixture yesterday, and it was an absolute belter. One of the best games we had yesterday. Lee Cox winning it 4-2, averaging 93.30. Jarno Bottenberg averaging 96, but didn't have anything to show for it. If they can replicate the same quality as yesterday, we are in for a real treat. But this time around, it will be Jarno who has the darts. Looking to get revenge.
First leg, it's Jarno to throw first. Game on.
Jack Garwood, our referee for the week. And as if by magic, I'm joined by Matthew Edgar. I was just saying, Matt, before you got here, this was arguably the game of the day for me yesterday.
It was in terms of
140.
the level that each other brought against each other. It was a good match. We get quite a lot of situations
58.
where we have a good game of darts, but this was a match. They was very evenly balanced throughout what they did in that game. And yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing how it transfers into
99.
today. It's always good when you leave with a positive, like Lee Cox did yesterday. Go back to the hotel room with all those positive
100.
vibes. But although Jarno lost his last 2 games yesterday, I was mightily impressed with Jarno yesterday. And if he weren't positive about his day, I don't know what will make him
39.
positive, because he averaged 86.5 for the day on debut, which is sort of the standard we expect
90.
to see here from our regulars at the Super Series.
Yeah, I thought he was very, very good yesterday here on debut. We've also had an early morning
10.
tweet sent in from
Jarno,
Lee's
you require
other half,
158.
Steph, and his 7-week-old daughter is all up, prepped, and watching Daddy play darts at the Super Series.
9.
There's your motivation and inspiration to leave here with £5,000 in the back pocket and a place in Champions Week, which is
84.
only just a
Jarno, you
full week
require
away now.
149.
This is week 11. There are 12 weeks in qualification period, so there's only next week, and then we're into the big one, the
125. Lee, you
£20,000
require
week.
129.
Treble 20 and bull. It's going to be bull for an early break.
94.
Didn't quite
Jarno,
have
you
the
require
line.
24.
But Jarno looking to hold.
Game shot on
and
the
does.
first leg. Jarno Bottenberg. Second leg, it's Lee to throw first. Game on.
Lee Cox setting himself in the school of Gary Anderson there. The standing on the oche first.
It's quite a quirk
125.
that a lot of players do, isn't it? Some kick it, some rest their foot on the top.
Rob Cross beats the life out of it, doesn't he? He
134.
gives it about 10 kicks.
Just making sure it doesn't move.
$45.
This is what I was mentioning,
81.
though, at the start of the show and yesterday, where I feel Lee Cox is very quick to get on himself.
140.
It's a roll of the eyes at a 140 or a roll of the eyes at the 125. And I don't think that's down to the fact of
115.
he sort of over-expects. I think he always feels like he needs to do it because I think he overestimates his opponents.
45.
Yeah, I can see that, and like we say, sometimes you just gotta back yourself. It doesn't matter if you win in 12 or
57.
20. The
Lee
outcome's still the
require
same. You've won the leg.
146.
I do chat to Lee quite a bit, and
100.
he would love a tour
Yana, you
card.
require
That's his big
114.
ambition. He reckons that when he gets that tour card, that'll be the making of him. That being on the tour. And do you know
54.
what? For the reason
Lee,
I
you
think
require
it's holding him
46.
back, I would agree.
Game shot on the second leg.
Very
Lee
tidy
Cox.
finish there from Lee Cox. The 46 is clean. It is clinical, and we are level at 1-1 here.
I think when you get
Third
to that Pro
leg, it's
Tour,
Yano to throw
you know it doesn't
first.
matter who you play.
Game on.
The ability level is sky high. That you almost don't worry about what your opponent's doing. You can see Lee at the back of the stage just
140.
watching on. I think he'd be a bit more beneficial to just be in his own bubble.
140.
This one warming up nicely now
93.
as Yano scrambles around the board looking for a treble, and 18 comes up trumps for him.
140.
This is better from Lee Cox. The average is now over 90. He's just building into this game.
Oh, this is a fabulous leg,
92.
back-to-back 140s. But Yano doing the task when you've got the throw, just get that one treble a throw, force your opponent to constantly hit the 2.
60.
That is a very well-thrown 60. You can have a good 60 and a bad 60. That's a good 60. That's an unfortunate 60.
140.
Very unfortunate timing
Lee
for Lee,
require
but brilliant timing for
161.
Yano to leave a double after just 12 darts. You asked, could this match deliver in the same way as it did
135.
yesterday?
Yano, you
The early
require
indications
36.
are it might even be better.
Double 18 for Yano. He's now across at 9s, and that's awkward. What
Game
a
shot
dart
on the
that
third
is.
leg.
He's
Yano
just
Bottenberg.
found the corner. Most people, Matt, would have been looking at the top of the bed there. It seemed more open, but he's just followed the other dart into the
Fourth
partially
leg, it's
blocked
Lee to throw
area.
first. Game on.
Yeah, quality dart, quality moment. Quality game here to kick us off at 9:43 a.m. here in the UK.
140.
And that is a 5th 140 already for Lee Cox, who, if you speak to Lee Cox, he will tell you his strength is his scoring power. He reckons
123.
he can score with the very best of them. He reckons his issue comes in the doubles. I'm going to counter-argument that. Because I've seen Lee
59.
Cox play so much, I don't think the problem's his doubles. I think the problem is the setup between a shot like 1-2-1, 1-4,
78.
1-1-6-1 to getting to the double takes him too long.
Yeah, just about cleaning things up.
56.
That movement around the board, which can come down to the practice routines, the things you do. Are you in practice just literally throwing
65.
at the treble 20 and then doing around the board on doubles, for example, and not getting that board mastery?
I'm a master on 12s.
140.
And the 26s as well, I believe.
26, 22.
65. Lee, you require 106.
I'll chuck the odd 7 in as well.
Nothing like variety. Double 16.
74. Yano, you require
This would hurt.
170.
This would hurt. Oh, and I fancied that. That dart sat lovely in the board there for Jarno.
Lee, you
But
require
Lee Cox, a
32.
chance to level us up and keep us going with the throw.
Can he manoeuvre
Game
that?
shot on
Yes,
the
he
fourth
can.
flag. Lee Cox.
Again, a bit like Jarno in the previous leg. He chose to go for the harder part of the double that was blocked by dart 1.
Fifth leg,
but it
it's
doesn't
Jarno
matter
to
how
throw
they
first.
go, as
Game
long as they
on.
go level at 2-all.
Again, I feel like I can make these sort of comments because I've seen Lee play so much that with these new darts and this setup, he's able to use a dart on the wire like he was there double 16.
140.
Previously, he wasn't using marker dart. It felt like every dart was a first dart.
100.
He reckons his key strength is the power scoring.
97.
He might be right.
Yeah, 7 140s in 4 legs is impressive.
180.
First maximum of the match.
40.
And he's
Jarno, you
pressured the
require
mistake.
121.
He's looking for 25, treble 20, double 18 there. I don't mind that when your opponent's not on a finish. It irritates me when they are.
81.
Well, Jarno had the darts in this leg and hit a 180. That's a combination and a recipe that is very, very hard to break. And once again,
60.
after just 12
Jarno,
darts,
you
leaves
require
himself
40.
on a double. If he keeps staying like this on the throw, time will just run out
No
very
score.
quickly. But they are 3
Lee,
very
you
well
require
thrown darts.
164.
Difficult one, 164. It's not going to go.
140.
So Bottenberg will come
Jarno,
back.
you require 40.
Already missed 3. Now it's getting desperate. And that's
30.
6 missed for the leg.
Lee, you require 24.
Break opportunity and a real steal for Lee
Game
Cox.
shot on the fifth flag. Lee Cox.
And sometimes you need a little bit of luck. And Lee Cox has found that breaker throw, as you said yesterday, Matt, at the perfect
Sixth flag. It's Lee to
time.
throw first. Game on.
Well, it's an Oki dominance time to break the throw because you break the throw, you walk down the Oki, you go straight back to it. Your opponent stood at the back of the
100.
stage for a good 40 seconds. And especially after they've just missed 6 darts, that's a lot of time to stand pondering.
41.
Yeah, the 180 put him in complete control of that leg. But he couldn't convert. And now
100.
Lee Cox is favourite to take the 2 points and cut Reece Robinson's lead at the top of Group A.
57.
He is now 6 darts without a treble for Jarno Bottenberg. With the darts, Lee just needs a treble a throw to be in full command of this leg, and he's finding
85.
100, 100, 85 to 3 visits for Lee Cox, enough to assert some dominance.
95.
And now it's just about not handing back that present, not making this the pass the parcel of opportunity.
Needs to find
46.
something. He's down to a finish, but he would have liked and should have been lower than 170, Matt.
And
51.
This is my
Lee
case in
require
point when I said
170.
if there is a weak, I think it's the setup play, the bit that gets him to the outshot. But he does have time. He's
60.
going to need it.
I'm going to go full Nico. Needs to improve his iron play around the greens.
I think I get that reference.
55.
He's still got
Lee
time.
require
6 starts on
110.
110 to move himself onto 8 points. He loves this area of the board. A little bit of composure here from Lee Cox.
Game
And
shot.
a
And the
fantastic
match.
delivery
Lee
there
Cox.
from Lee Cox to finish off the match with a 110 finish. It looked very tight early on. A couple of holds of throws. 6 darts missed by Jarno Bottenberg. Gave the invitation for Lee Cox, who said, thank you very much. I'll have a bit of that. And he moves himself on to 8 points. An average of 90.15. 4 from 7 on the checkouts was more than enough. As we move to our man who is top of the table, who's coming up next, it is Reece Robinson taking on Steve Brown.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. Before the break, we saw Lee Cox get the better of Jarno Bottenberg in our first game of the session by 4 legs to 2. That moves him on to 8 points in the group. Right, whatever you are doing, stop it right now, because Mr. Must-See is in the building. Yes, the human highlight reel himself is ready to add some more maverick flair to the collection as Reece Robinson takes to the stage against Steve Brown. Watching this one in the commentator box, Matt Edgar, Phil Bars.
I'm not sure what made me chuckle more, Reece smiling or the eyebrow raising roll from Steve Brown.
Well, Steve Brown didn't have the greatest of days yesterday, but he did pick up a couple of points. He picked up that win in match number 4. Only averaged 74.35 for the day.
First. Game on.
But I did manage to have a few moments with Steve Brown earlier, who mentioned that he was struggling a little bit yesterday with a bit of sciatica. And it would actually go very in line with
100.
what we were seeing yesterday, with a lot of snatchy darts and darts going in the 12, darts missing by quite sizable distance. He said it feels a lot better today.
57.
And feels like he's going to have a much more improved day. Well, we know Steve Brown can improve a lot from 74 average. He can quite easily put 16 points on that today, and we wouldn't be surprised.
100.
With the way the fixtures work, if you are Steve Brown, are you pleased to get this one out of the way early on in the day?
100.
I don't think to Steve Brown it matters too much. I don't think he's feeling this Group A's a competition for him. I think he feels the competition comes on Thursday and Friday. We know Steve Brown doesn't play a lot of darts at the moment.
140.
We know Steve Brown has a lot of other commitments. So for him, this is all we really get to see him playing
43.
at the moment.
Reece, you require 161.
So it will take a little bit of time just to get into things, which is an issue Reece Robinson is not facing this week so far.
65.
From a player's point of view, you've obviously played here. Were you one that in Group A wanted to play
40.
every day?
Reece, you require 96.
Your arm in, or did you want the 2 days off after a tough Group A?
It's got to come down to the most unused double on the board,
62.
the 17s. But I tend to find Group A is a tricky one to navigate, really, because there's only one place available. And when I was playing it was only a 2-day Group
57.
A. So
Reece, you require 34.
a slow start pretty much eliminates any possibilities for you.
Two scored.
Getting the well-thrown darts right on the wire there for Reece Robinson. But Steve Brown nowhere to be seen in the leg. Means Reece Robinson
82.
has
Reece, you
plenty
require
more time
32.
to come back. This fixture yesterday, Steve Brown only managed 1 dart at the double in the entire match.
Game shot on the
And
first
he's not had
leg.
one
Reece
in this
Robinson.
so far. So in 5 legs against Reece Robinson, he's only had 1 dart at the double, which is a sign or an indication.
Second leg, it's Steve to throw first. Game on.
This could be one-way traffic.
Yeah, Steve hasn't
40.
engaged the radar yet. I'm struggling to find the scoring phase of this game in the early stages. But Reece Robinson just powering his way through so far.
60.
Has had that gap cut to 2 points by Lee Cox, but this is his game in hand, so looking to re-establish that
94.
4-point cushion. Realistically, the chasing pack,
74.
do they have to make sure the gap is no more than 4 points with a day to go?
I think the concern, I'm going to say it. The concern for the chasing pack is the chasing pack are a pack of players
40.
that are all beating each other and can beat each other. Reece Robinson appears to be above the standard of the pack. And I'm finding it hard to see where he loses multiple matches at the moment.
100.
But it is sport. And it is quite reasonable to think that Not every game is the same. We've seen it before. People running clear. Remember Scott Walters winning 5 from 5 and then
29.
not even qualifying. But Reese has come here with a mission. Remember what he said in his interview yesterday? He said he watched it a few weeks ago and a player had 28 points. He wants to be the first man to get 30. And to be honest with you,
108.
I think this is a group where he could get that achievement.
I love the fact that players are now looking at those
60.
stats as well.
Reach you require 87.
But 87 for a 2-0 lead. Treble 17 doesn't need to go 20 and ball. Chose to go the
79.
54 for 16 route, but came inside, but will be back. But this time it will be under some pressure.
140.
140
Reach
from Steve
require
Brown. You
8.
just see him holding his back there. The point you made earlier, Matt.
Game shot on the second leg. Reese Robinson.
It's just comfortable, isn't it?
Yeah, no, just look, again
Third
stretching
leg,
out,
it's Reese to throw first.
stretching out the back there,
Game
Steve.
on.
And is this more of an issue than he's letting on?
It always will be. As
100.
someone who suffered with a nerve damage and a tendonitis problem, you never, ever say it.
83.
You never say it. Because when you say it, it's real. And you always want to pretend it's not. And you don't want your opponents to know it either.
134. $41.
It's almost once you say it that it becomes reality. And you always just want to ignore the fact.
180.
But there's your first one on your bet builder, guys. I did question the amount of legs that Reese Robinson will get in this match to hit his 180s.
44.
He doesn't
Reach
need
you
that
require
many.
87.
He's done it after 2.
Same position as last time. 180 to leave 87. This time he can't hit the 54.
55.
But we'll be back. Steve Brown not in the same neighbourhood here. So Reese Robinson will be back for a 13 dart leg.
57. Reach you require 32.
For 3-0.
Game shot on the third leg. Reese
One-way
Robinson.
traffic in match number 2 at the moment. The league leader, Reese Robinson, is in complete control.
Fourth leg, it's Steve to throw first.
And he's
Game
not
on.
even at his best either. Yesterday, he didn't dip below the 90 average. He's around the 88 at the moment. So
60.
he's not at yesterday's level, but still getting the job done.
And this is my concern when I mentioned about the group. You're saying about him dropping his level to an 88. No one achieved an 88 average
96.
yesterday. The closest that came to that was Jarno Bottenberg with an 86. After that, we're down with Lee Cox at 83, David at 82.
60.
It's a weaker Reese Robinson is still stronger than the pack. I'm going to call it now. I think he's in with a genuine chance of doing 30 from
58.
30. Clip that up for the highlight reel, for the human highlight reel.
95.
If it happens, the celebrations will be immense.
It's an interview I want to watch, that's for sure.
140.
Another 2 treble visit for Robinson. 207 points away from serving an
95.
early morning bagel.
And that concern still sits there for me with Steve Brown. He only had 1 dart of the double yesterday in this fixture. He's still not had one
60.
in this match. There's no guarantee he's going to get one here from the 191.
50.
Leaves a massive
Reach you
task to be
require
had here, and you make Reese
147.
Robinson favourite for a 4-0.
Yeah, and Steve doesn't look comfortable at all. But he's going to get a dart for another one of these human highlight
shot
reels. And
and the
yet
match.
again,
Reese Robinson.
Reese Robinson produces fireworks. The 147 for a 15 dart leg. A 4-0 demolition job of Steve Brown. And the league leader re-establishes that 4-point lead at the top of Group A. And like yesterday, the average is over 90. He's saying to the rest, catch me if you can. Coming up after the break, we're going to see Tom Lonsdale against David Schlichting.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. Before the break, we saw Reese Robinson get the better of Steve Brown by 4-0. Real comprehensive victory for him there. Well, is it a bird? Is it a plane? No, it's a turtle. David Schlichting is in action in our next game here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. He takes on Tom Lonsdale. That rounds off our first round of fixtures for the day. And watching this one, it's Phil and Matt.
Well, you made yourself laugh at least, Henry. Well done. But we've got a interesting game of darts coming our way here. Tom Lonsdale. Decent day yesterday on debut, but not better than David Schlichting, who lost his opening 2 games yesterday, only managed 3 darts at a double in match number 1 and 2, then followed it with a hat-trick of
First
victories.
leg,
He's
it's Tom
on
to throw
a winning
first.
run.
Game on.
Can you keep it going here with a repeat victory against Tom Lonsdale? The fixture he dominated yesterday. Tom didn't even get a dart, a double against David.
Yeah, and I'm liking the David shirt today as well. Same style as yesterday, different colour. This is definitely his bag, isn't it?
And the Paul Lim fake
58.
dart as well.
He's going through the full repertoire early on.
I said something up on the balcony with
54.
Henry that I think you'd probably have appreciated. Styling and profiling.
Love it.
97.
Woo.
It is, isn't it? It's... I just love everything
60.
about him.
Look at those.
Old school as well. None of these black trainers.
137.
If he gets a walk on, we'll have to go like full on and get him like the Ric Flair robe and
140.
everything.
What would you pick if you were him for your walk-on song then?
Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles theme track.
Turtle Power.
70.
Or the one from Turtles 2, Return of the Ooze, the Go Ninja, Go Ninja.
A big fan.
119. David, you require 139.
Possibly one of the best movies ever made. This could be one of the best finishers of the week so far. It's not going to be going. So Tom
99.
Lonsdale,
Tom, you require 68.
opportunity here to get the opening leg on the board, get a leg against David, which he wasn't able to do yesterday.
48. David, you require 40.
Dart at tops missed. So can
Game shot on the
Schlichting step
first
in?
leg.
And yes,
David
he can. It's a
Schlichting.
breaker throw in leg one. 16 darts. The other one I'm going to throw in there. We've obviously spoken
Second
about
leg, it's
the
David to throw
movie
first.
for the
Game
Turtles.
on.
How about the cartoon theme?
Yeah.
58.
Yeah, I like it. There's a... I always like this when you play the game
96.
of what can we... How can we brand them? What can we do? And we've already gone for the Ric Flair approach on the
59.
image. We're going with that turtle nickname. Just needs a logo, doesn't he?
100.
Next?
57.
I do like the uniqueness of it, though. I know when I used to be assistant manager at a
75.
football academy, anytime we did open trials or even to my own players, because even bigger clubs would come to look at the players, I always used to say to the players, do something that
59.
makes you stand out and look different so that you stand out on the pitch, whether it's wearing yellow boots, wearing your socks at a different height, having your hair a different way. Do
85.
something that makes someone go, ah, that guy with the yellow boots has done a third pass. So you don't just blend in. He doesn't blend
58.
in. He looks different.
Tom, you require 145.
You'll remember David Schlichting.
Been a
93.
great reply, though, from Tom Lonsdale. From being broken in the opener, he's now favourite to break straight back. I've been impressed with Tom. Although
28.
may not have picked
Tom,
up the
you require
points
52.
yesterday. There was a lot to like about him.
No score.
Ooh. That's an error, though, Matt.
When we talk about players doing an activity, the poor limb, the fake dart, can we call that a dive and boulder?
The Dirk.
96. Tom, you require 52.
That was better. Give that plenty of air and space. But that
44.
set of darts he burnt
David, you
has
require
now give David
86.
the opportunity to get back into this. This is a leg David thrown first in. And it's a dart at the ball.
61.
And that would have hurt Tom
Tom, you
Lonsdale.
require 8.
That's a moment where you can
Game shot on the
have
second
that
leg.
interaction
Tom
with
Lonsdale.
your player or your opponent. Darts is one of those sort of sports that's so unopposed that you don't tend to find there's
Third
an
leg, it's
interaction
Tom to
between the
throw
players
first.
where
Game
you can
on.
affect your opponent. But things can happen within the game that will
43.
affect your opponent and just make them sort of get on their own back a little bit. 2-0 would have been a sizable difference to the 1-1 we're now currently in.
55.
Absolutely. And Lonsdale's shown a lot of mental strength there, because we've seen in the past when players have hit trebles
125.
not going for them, that it completely messes with their head. But he managed to block it out and still win the leg.
I say there's no sort of interaction
44.
between the players, but there was once, wasn't there? It was Rod Harrington. Was it against Keith Deller?
Yes.
And he was kicking him in the back of the legs, which is why now
81.
you see a different shade of carpet around the hockey, which is your exclusion zone.
Yes, where the exclusion zone was brought in.
140.
Due to Mr. Harrington.
96.
Had it not been for the exclusion zone, and with now the sort of heightened rewards that are in the game,
58.
do you think we'd have seen more
Tom, you require
kickings?
156.
Absolutely. We
59.
see players even now that don't really adhere to the exclusion zone.
Here comes that can of
58.
worms.
Tom, you require 97.
You love taking the lid off of that.
Don't know what you're on about, Matthew.
57. David, you require 146.
So Schlichting
57.
has not made an impact.
Tom, you require 40.
And Lonsdale coming back to lead. 2 above.
20.
And the over adjustment
David, you require
doesn't
89.
hit. So again, a chance for Schlichting. Should get at least a dart at the ball. 20 for ball. Bullseye to lead again.
Game
That
shot on
is
the third
sensational
leg.
from
David
the
Schlichting.
turtle. 3 legs, 3 breaks a throw. But that's the best finish of the lot.
Fantastic. And
Fourth
Lonsdale
leg,
again
it's David
missed his
to throw
opportunity. He had
first.
3 darts in
Game
his hand
on.
at tops, and that's why he'll be frustrated at this point in time. Going back to the exclusion zone, I'm one of these
60.
people that likes to find loopholes. And I've spoke about this one before. I'm interested if you know the answer to this.
84.
Do you know you don't actually have to go and stand behind your opponent? The rules only state you have to exit the exclusion zone
85.
at a timely fashion. So if he takes his darts out and wants to stand next to Jack, he can. You don't have to stand behind. That's just etiquette. It's not actually a rule.
134.
The referee cannot tell you to go and stand behind the opponent.
I'd have a field day with that then.
Just go stand next to Jack and watch the darts from the front.
58. $180.
And all of a sudden, that 180 has turned leg 4 on its head.
59. Tom, you
I like
require
this one,
103.
Tom. This is a good characteristic to see, and we're seeing it for the first time. When things go wrong, when you miss that opportunity, do you feel sorry for
67.
yourself? Do you dwell on it? No. You get back on the horse and you ride it harder, and that's what Tom's doing here. A real good quality to see.
59. Tom, you require 36. Game shot on a 4th
Brilliant.
leg. Tom Lonsdale.
13 dart leg. After just missing 3 darts to take a 2-1 lead, seeing your opponent hit a bullseye with 1 dart in hand to
5th
then
leg, it's
react
Tom
like
to throw
that.
first. Game on.
Good quality.
100.
I think David nearly fell down the sewer there, didn't he, at the back?
Cowabunga.
57.
You said earlier about referring to darting terminology and
100.
associating with it. Nico came up with a good one last week with Mace. The double 3 is now the trapdoor.
Oh, Nico's got loads, hasn't he?
97.
He's got so many. The 88 was 2 snowmen.
Yeah, I like the trapdoor because if you fall through,
58.
you're in the matter.
And also a very good cartoon.
That was brought up last week as well.
100.
Mind you, criminally, Mace had never seen.
We've got some viewers around the 20 to
43.
30 age who are on, what on earth is trapdoor?
Just have a look on YouTube after you finish watching us for trapdoor cartoon.
$100. $140.
Brilliant setup play from
David,
Tom
you require
Lonsdale. Puts himself in
147.
pole position to hold the throw. But nice effort
83.
from David Schlichting.
Tom, you require 60.
Stay away from that treble.
$40. David, you require
Just caught the
64.
flight on the way through, which just dragged it back into the 20. Are we looking at
Game
5
shot on the 5th
consecutive
leg.
breaks?
David
We are.
Schlichting.
No one can hold.
6th leg, it's David to throw first. Game on.
Can Tom Lonsdale dig deep one more time? But that is the perfect break time. Once again,
57.
from David Schlichting.
180.
Quality. Once again.
$43.
This game's been really hard to predict when you think that one player is in the ascendancy. All of a sudden,
100.
the other one charges back into it.
It's as if they're over-pressurizing their own throw.
180.
What a leg.
140.
In an all-or-nothing sort of scenario here for Tom Lonsdale. He's 81 after 9.
87. Tom, you require 81.
Treble 19 doesn't hit.
Game
Oh, I
shot on the
like
sixth
that a
leg.
lot.
Tom Lonsdale.
I know he's hit the 62, but if he'd have missed the treble 10, he's also saying to David Schlichting, I don't think you can take this
Seventh
out.
and final leg.
I'm a
It's
big
Tom
fan
to
of that.
throw first. Game on.
And
177.
another maximum to open the leg. He kicked off the last one with a 180. He's showing some real quality here.
134.
The other one, Matt, as well. I know you said upstairs you didn't like it, but the bet builder is now 2 from 2.
Yeah, what do I know?
80. $44.
I think that's why I'm glad we're not allowed to bet. I'd be skint. Oh, this is brilliant.
180.
This is absolutely incredible. 3 maximum visits from 3-2 down. Again, leaves a 2 darter
57.
after just 9
Tom,
darts.
you require 64.
And a 177 as well. Going to get a dart at double 8.
Game
That is
shot.
absolutely
Undermatch.
sensational
Tom Lonsdale.
from Tom Lonsdale. He was up against it, trailed 3-2, but 2 blistering legs from the ADC qualifier. Bags the points in a high-quality contest from both players. Thoroughly enjoyed that. We look at the scoring numbers there from Lonsdale. 3 180s and a 177 in there as well. 33% on his doubles, bagging the points. But coming up after the break, Steve Brown and Jano Bottenberg return.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, and what a conclusion to our last game there between Tom Lonsdale and David Schlichting. 24 darts it took Lonsdale to complete the final 2 legs, back-to-back 12s to seal a 4-3 success. So that's the end of the first round of fixtures then for the day. These are the other results from that first round, with Robinson getting the better of Steve Brown by 4 legs, and then Lee Cox getting the better of Jono Bottenburg by 4 legs to 2. So this is what it does then to the league standings. 6 games played. That's Lonsdale's second victory of the week. That puts him on to 4 points. Right, next up for us, 2 players both looking to get their first win of the day go toe-to-toe as Steve Brown takes on Jono Bottenburg. Watching this one in the commentary box, it's Matt and Phil.
Welcome back, everyone, to the MODUS Super Series YouTube channel. Here on this Tuesday morning, as week 11 of Series 5 gets underway. Matt, Champions Week is getting closer now. This week and next week, that is it. The chances to qualify are running out and running out fast.
First leg, it's Steve to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, not many chances left to get yourself in the big £20,000 week, where we will have a new champion.
100.
In terms of our back-to-back defending champion, Luke Littler, will not be in the lineup. Lost in the semi-finals a couple of weeks ago to Sebastian Bielecki, who did in the end go and qualify. I know you're a big fan of Sebastian Bielecki. You've got to fancy his chances of being a big contender for that £20,000.
Right now, he'd certainly be in my top 3. I think if I was pricing
97.
it, Daryl Pilgrim would be favourite. I think I'd have Conan Whitehead as just second favourite, and Sebastian third,
55.
I think.
Interesting.
$150.
I think Pilgrim has to be favourite based on what he's done here to get there and what he's also done on tour this year as well when he's played.
Absolutely
Steve, you require
agree.
32.
But look at this
Game
from
shot on the
Steve
first
Brown.
leg.
13
Steve Brown.
data to open up proceedings. And when I look at Steve Brown's
Second leg, it's Jono to throw
performance
first.
line, just
Game
before
on.
we came on air, I said to Phil, sat next to me, that I have got big concerns here for Steve
100.
Brown. That performance in the opening game was his worst performance of the week so far, and he didn't really set a very high bar on
60.
that stat anyway. He didn't have a single dart at the double. In the last 2 matches, he's only had 1 dart at the double. And then he comes out
45.
and pops in a 13 darter just to remind us all of the quality that he has. But there's that sort of lack of
138.
extension in the throw, that lack of purpose and propelling the dart through the air.
180.
So for Champions
47.
Week, who would you have as your top 3 favourites right now?
You've got to go with Pilgrim. I think a lot of it goes
60.
around him. I like Bielecki. But do you know what? There's a player who's been knocking on the door for a while now. Matt Clark.
85. Jono, you require 116.
He's been banging on that Super Series door.
I agree.
40.
My only concern about Matt is, and Chris and Nico used this as an example last week for Jim Long.
131.
I think he's very one-paced.
Jono, you require 76.
Come back to that in a second. Let's see if Bottenburg can level up.
60.
Not this time
Steve, you
around. So
require
Steve
40.
Brown looking at tops for 2-0 and an early break. One more.
20.
Goes begging.
Jono, you require 16.
That's what I like about players like Steve Brown. That sort of fight you can see in their game. Form of injury. Again, I speak in here from clear experience.
58.
There. What you tend to do is you tend to anticipate a potential problem that doesn't exist all the time.
96.
When the pain is intermittent, you're sort of trying to anticipate when it is, and what all you'll do is you'll not commit to the throw or the action.
99.
And you'll sort of pull back, which is what we saw there. We didn't get the propelling and the throwing of the dart. It was snatchy because
90.
that anticipation.
Steve, you require 164.
Ultimately, that's what made Scott Rand's career very short as well. He was somebody who threw with
78.
anticipation of pain,
Yano, you
even when it
require
was no longer there.
150.
But yeah, going back to what I was saying about Matt Clark and the Jim Long scenario, that
118.
I think Matt's
Steve, you require
one
86.
pace, and that one pace is very good. But if the others go to that level
61.
above, I don't think he has the
Yano,
gears
you
to get
require
there.
32.
But if they're off, he's very dangerous. Does that?
Game shot on the third leg. Yano Bottenberg.
It makes perfect sense. However, that is why he's so successful here at the Super Series, because what you
Fourth
need here
leg.
at
It's
the Super
Yano to throw
Series
first. Game
is
on.
consistency. And he finds that. And he keeps finding it every time he comes here.
I fully
100.
expect Matt Clark to be at Saturday night on Champions Week. Case in point there, the action not going through.
30.
You'll tend to find instead of throwing out towards the board, he'll hook across and throw short.
93.
So almost like throwing across the body. So not throwing on a line out towards the board.
45.
And now you can see he's almost trying to correct it. He's trying to force the action and the technique through, which ultimately just reverses
134.
and goes completely the wrong way.
$100.
See, when he gets it right like that, they're three well-thrown darts.
134.
But all of a sudden, Jarno Bottenberg is in complete control of this game and is on the
60.
cusp of a 3-1
Yano,
lead.
you require 40.
What I'm feeling here with
Game shot
Jarno
on
is
the
he's
fourth
sensing
leg. Jarno
opportunity. He's
Bottenberg.
sensing the weakness here in Steve Brown at the moment, and he's just jumping all over it.
Fifth leg, it's Steve to throw
He's
first.
looking to
Game
reverse the
on.
fixture. This was the only fixture Steve Brown's been able to win so far, which did come as a bit of a surprise on the back of
100.
at the point we was talking about Jarno yesterday as being someone who was mightily impressive. He was the second best player statistically of the day
57.
yesterday. But he's on a losing run of 4 matches in a row, which after those first 2 games, I wouldn't have predicted.
121. $100.
Just feel that Jarno needed another treble there to apply serious pressure to the Brown throw here.
140.
Because now he's in control of leg number 5.
58. Steve, you require 140. $85.
He's tidied that up well. 55 when he returns. So it's only really a maximum that would hurt Steve
58.
and apply pressure.
Steve, you require 55.
15 and tops to cut the gap. One left at 10s.
Game
And
shot on the
finds
fifth
the
leg.
target.
Steve Brown.
Steve Brown back in this one.
Sixth leg, it's Jarno to throw first. Game on. $130.
Again, I don't think Steve Brown's feeling pressure in terms of the reaction to the match. I think a 180 wouldn't have changed that for Steve Brown, because
100.
I don't think Steve Brown's playing Jarno. Steve Brown's playing Steve Brown. And I said this yesterday, and I think we're going to get this all the way through. Steve Brown's up there battling himself.
180.
But that was almost a little bit of your favourite celebration there from Jarno.
The Bob Anderson finger
60.
point at a 180.
But that was done with a little... The Bob Anderson finger points done with aggression. That was done with finesse.
With style.
63. 36.
Well, that was also
Jano, you require
his
128.
11th maximum. Oh,
88.
talk about style. That would have been done with some style. Even Steve Brown is smiling.
If that had gone in, that was
55.
style and finesse,
Jano,
and
you
I would have wanted
require
the finger
40.
point.
Game shot.
But
Undermatch. Jano Bottenberg.
seals the points. A 4-2 win over Steve Brown, averaging 91.79. Steve Brown opened up in 13, but from there it was the Dutchman who took complete control. The finishing 4 from 7, 57% on the outer ring. Absolutely superb. But coming up after the break, we're going to see Lee Cox against David Schlichting.
This is the MODUS Super Series. $180.
George Taylor, Garrett Tilly, and board 2, Craig Nixon, Robert Young.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where before the break we saw Jano Bottenberg beat Steve Brown by 4 legs to 2. Really good performance that. Averaged just under 92, 5 legs 7 when it came to the finishing. Rounding things off with a 13 dart leg. That was after Steve Brown kicked off the game for 13 of his own. Right, next up for us, it is Lee Cox in action up against David Schlichting. The big game, this one, in the top to middle portion of the league standings in the commentary box. Matt and Phil.
Thank you very much, Henry. And after what we saw from their opening games, I think this one could be lively. Both of them produced some good stuff, so looking forward to this.
David Schlichting left the stage last time after taking back-to-back 12 darters from Tom Lonsdale. So a little bit of a scar tissuing there for him potentially coming into this one. Lee Cox, though.
First leg, it's Lee to throw first. Game on.
Mightily impressive in his opening game, and is getting himself a little bit of a run going now, building up a bit of a head of steam. Last two performances have been up there with the very best, and he's up there
45.
with the best at the moment. Reece Robinson, top of the table. Lee Cox, the man closest to closing him down. And a win here will move him within just 2 points of
83.
Reece Robinson. But that leg difference that Reece Robinson's built up already could be uncatchable.
135.
It's as good as an extra point, isn't it, at this stage?
Oh, absolutely. It's your goal difference, isn't it, in terms of football.
59.
Reece Robinson will be coming up in our next match, taking on Tom Lonsdale, who left the stage with those back-to-back 12 darters. So just a little warning there for Reece Robinson.
100.
It might not be all his own way for Mr. Must-See.
We are going to get that nickname to
90.
stick, aren't we?
And if not, we're just going to keep finding it funny.
100. 137. Lee require 121.
So 1-2-1 for Cox. Troll 20 leaves double 18. And
65.
I said it last time and I say it again.
David, you require
when your
132.
opponent's on a finish, I'm not keen.
64. Lee, you require 56.
Coming back, 16 for tops. And
Game
it
shot on the
goes-
first leg. Lee Cox.
I know he's hit it, but I'm quite surprised he didn't go 20 for double 18 from what we saw in game one.
I think he just
Second
likes
leg, it's
the
David to
higher
throw
doubles, the
first.
top end of the
Game
board,
on.
and 20 and 18 is his preferred routes.
99.
Two players that do play on those secondary PDC tours. David Schlichting,
100.
because of his age, gets 2 cracks. He gets the development tour and the challenge tour. Reached a couple of quarterfinals this year.
100.
Beat a couple of tour card holders. Nathan Rafferty, Bradley Brooks, Jacques Larbe of France, and
85.
he's also beat Thibaut Tricol, who for me is a future tour card holder in the very near future.
Yeah, and I actually think that it's going to benefit Thibaut that
28.
Jacques has won his card, because that pressure to be the first French tour card holder is no longer there. He can just go and be him.
58.
Yeah, he will be on my list of 10 potential Q School graduates this year. Thibaut Tricol.
Who else is on your list at the moment?
58.
I'm going to be interested to see who actually goes first, and then I think when that comes out, I will make my full predictions.
45.
And also to see who comes off the tour, because I think we'll get quite a lot of retaining tour card holders.
The one that is all coming into some
49.
incredible form right now, but he may have left it a little bit too late, is Jules Van Dongen. Because when he won his card, it
55.
absolutely annihilated
David,
Q
you
School.
require
And
167.
then we haven't seen that player, but just recently there were signs, but he's got to find 20 grand from somewhere.
Worst case scenario, the form is in, he wins it that
43.
comfortable.
Lee, you require
100%.
158.
Could you go with Andy Barton, someone we saw here at the Super Series a couple of weeks ago?
41.
Yeah, I like that pick.
David, you require 124.
The same the way he's playing right now. Andy Bolton as well.
56.
Of course, that is
Lee, you
if these
require
players want tour cards.
117.
17 leaves tops for 2-0.
97.
Clips the bottom wire.
David, you require 68.
Missed the big number. Only gets 1 dart at double top.
Game
but
shot on
only
the
needs
second
the
leg.
1.
David Schlichting.
David Schlichting levels up at 1 apiece. Lee Cox did have a dart to break, but we
Third
have a
leg,
level
it's Lee to
game.
throw first. Game on. $80.
We had a question on the live lounge
53.
last night. I'm going to ask you it. Do you think Luke Littler will win a Pro Tour in year one?
Yes.
41.
Same answer that I said.
I don't get surprised by anything Luke Littler would do. If Luke Littler won a TV title, it wouldn't surprise me.
139.
To me, I don't get excited by the young player. I don't buy into it very quickly with young players.
125.
But Luke Littler, I do. To me, he's very different.
I tried to hold off because I don't like to pile
95.
unnecessary pressure on young players. But the more you try not to, the harder it was. And it just every time that we had a question, he'd give you an answer and more. Yeah.
Special talent. Very, very special.
44. Lee requires 75.
A huge maximum has set up the opportunity for Cox. 18 leaves tops. Tops for 2-1.
55.
Again, the last few have just been
David,
low on
you
tops,
require
Matt.
170.
We talk about painful shots and big moments. That was one there that could have gone for David Schlichting.
45. Lee required 20.
Visits the board, this time with a handful of darts.
Game shot on a third
He
leg.
doesn't need
Lee
a
Cox.
handful of darts to wrap this leg up. Coxey, I think it's a 2-1 lead.
Fourth leg, it's David
Got a
to
little
throw
bit
first.
interesting
Game on.
Super Series trivia for you, actually. Something I learnt when I was on exhibition earlier on this year.
97.
Do you know on our Super Series promo video, the guy who stands up in the crowd with his arms lofted in the air, looks like a
80.
Viking?
Yes.
That's Lee Cox's brother.
So he was cheering on Conan Whitehead.
Yeah, I believe they're from the same area.
Nice.
I actually had a cracking exhibition with them. They're
140.
a great bunch of lads. Yeah, I believe they used to play
137.
county together as well.
When you say it was a great exhibition, how did it live up to the Nottingham one?
94.
The fact that I don't remember most of the Nottingham one, it probably tells you the Nottingham one was probably the best one.
92.
The students know how
David,
to
you
pie,
require
don't they?
170.
They're a naughty bunch, them, up in Nottingham.
98.
I did like the story, the fact that you were trying to escape and go home.
I did get home about 6 o'clock in the morning, it was.
60. David, you require 72.
A little bit more subdued in, I think it was Sittingbourne, where we had the exhibition. Tops.
52. Lee, you
I
require
like this finish.
132.
1-3-2. Gives you a dart at the ball. And that has actually sat quite nicely. I fancy this. Fine effort
107.
there for Lee Cox. It
David,
looked
you require
inviting.
20.
He gave it every chance, didn't he?
No score.
Wrong
Lee, you
side of
require
the wire.
25.
Double 8 for 3-1. Big, big moments in this tie.
Game shot on the
And the
fourth
big
leg.
moments
Lee
have gone the way
Cox.
of Lee Cox. David Schlichting missing low on 10s, pulling it into the double 15.
Fifth
and
leg,
pays
it's
the
Lee to
ultimate
throw
price.
first.
Cox leads
Game
3-1.
Experience.
125.
Experience is what we saw there from Lee Cox. Something we haven't seen from before. If he misgripped a dart before, he'd just throw it harder and just try and make it go. There, he knew he had a misgrip on the dart, stopped, regripped, composed,
99.
delivered. And sometimes when you are quite new to
40.
stages, the cameras, like Lee Cox would have been, you almost don't want to hold up the proceedings, so you just try and push through it. You need to remember
57.
It's about you, not about the production as such as a player.
$41.
criticised them yesterday. Lee definitely needs some new flights. They look well worn at the ends of those ones. The
45.
overhead shot there.
$83.
They are absolutely battered.
I think Nico would have used the expression, they've been in a hamster cage.
100.
Are you a pristine flight player?
I never used to be, but now I don't have to pay for them. Yeah, I am.
60.
They're like 50 pence a pack, aren't they?
$96.
So
Lee require
now that you obviously
152.
are a sponsor player, at the end of a game, you'd throw them to the crowd where before they'd be straight back in your case.
120.
Oh,
David,
yeah.
you require 104.
Absolutely. No issues now. Very generous man.
76.
Both players
Lee
attempts at
require
big finish.
32.
But this is an attempt at winning the match.
Is that awkward?
Game
No
shot. And
is
the
the
match,
answer.
Lee Cox.
Lee Cox with a 4-1 victory over David Schlichting, and he cuts the gap again to Reece Robinson to 2 points. He's doing everything he can to keep pace with the league leader. There are the numbers for you. 81.03, 4 from 10 on the outer ring, 1 maximum for Cox. But time will tell, will that be enough as the league leader returns next as Reece Robinson takes on Tom Lonsdale.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. For the break, we saw Lee Cox get a bit of a David Schlichting by 4 legs to 1. Next up, it's that man, Reece Robinson in action. He's looking to make it 7 heaven here at the Live Lounge. But looking to put the boot in is Tom Lonsdale. He wrapped up his game last time out against David Schlichting 4-3 with back-to-back 12-dart legs. What's he going to provide in this one? Let's find out. Phil and Matt.
Well, it's Mr. Must-See back on the hockey. Reece Robinson taking on Tom Lonsdale, but Tom Lonsdale certainly knocked on Reece Robinson's door at the back end of his game and says, you be careful in the next game, pal. Back-to-back 12 darts from Tom Lonsdale to turn around a 3-2 deficit to David Schlichting. But one thing we've seen from Reece Robinson so far is incredible consistency of incredible standard darts. The darts that made him a PDC tour card holder on 2 occasions for multiple seasons. The darts that have seen him win a week here.
First leg,
at
it's
the
Reese
Super
to throw
Series.
first.
The darts
Game on.
that have seen him pick up a Challenge Tour title. And at the moment, I see no signs from Reese Robinson that his performance is going to drop. So it's over to you, Tom Lonsdale. Can you meet the standard?
89.
Yeah, and we saw some really good stuff from Tom in his last game. Stuff that we hadn't seen
180.
so far. And all of a sudden, Tom Lonsdale has arrived at the MODUS Super Series.
Well, when we go back to those back-to-back 12 darters, he hit
58.
3 maximum visits in those 2 legs. And he's kicked off with another one here.
With 3 maximums and a 177. So that scoring power is
119.
incredible. All of a sudden, that perfect undefeated streak may be in some danger here.
28.
And we've not seen Reese Robinson yet under duress. We know what his goal is. He told us yesterday.
81.
His goal is to go through the card 3 days in a row and be the first man to hit 30 points out of a possible
134.
30.
Tom, you require 121.
I don't think he'd have gone for the ball
85.
if he'd have hit the treble 17. I think he'd have laid up. But he's coming back at double 18. All Reese Robinson can do is apply some pressure.
140.
A pressure applied.
Tom, you require
Over to you,
36.
Tom Lonsdale.
Game shot on the
And he
first
is
leg.
up to it.
Tom Lonsdale.
This is fabulous from the ADC qualifier right now, Matt.
Just look at the run of legs here. 12, 12,
Second leg,
13.
it's Tom to throw first.
His last
Game
3
on.
competitive legs played. And he's off again.
100.
For the 4th leg in a row, he's opened with a max.
Well, I remember when he came in to speak to us on Monday when we were trying to get some info from him. He said he came from that Somerset
134.
region that was a tough school, and he'd played Ricky and Ryan Palmer a lot, Ryan Searle. And his words were,
140.
I've beaten them all. May not be consistently, but I've beaten them all. And we're seeing darts from him right now that he must have produced to beat them.
81.
Let's not forget, to get here in the first place, he won an ADC title, beating Luke Littler in the final, who not too long ago was talking about
95.
winning Pro Tours and major TV events next year.
The Group A runaway leader is staring down the barrel of 2-0 right now.
42. Tom, you require 86.
Treble 18 leaves double 16 for 2-0.
Game shot on the
Sensational.
second leg. Tom
Absolutely
Lonsdale.
sensational from Tom Lonsdale. I know we're only 2 legs in, Matt. I know, but I'm going to press the button.
Third leg, it's Reese to throw first. Game on.
That's on the back of a 13 darter and a 12 darter. To back up the back-to-back 12 darters he ended the last game with. He is in an absolute
56.
purple patch.
He's averaging 120 right now.
134.
Just 2 treble visits all over the place.
It just so happens to be against Reese. Even when
140.
highlights are happening, Reese Robinson seems to be there.
Mr. Must-See is involved in a must-see game.
95.
This will be for a double break of throw, Matt, as well. If Tom Lonsdale can win this leg.
This isn't just Mr. Must-See.
58.
This is Mr. what everybody else wants to see. They want to see Reese Robinson get beat because it'll open up the table. Lee Cox would be delighted because he'll be within 2 points.
130.
But at the moment, it just feels like Tom Lonsdale is not going to miss.
No. And 142.
140. Tom,
For
you
a
require
double break
142.
and 3-0. It's not going to happen, but how handy can he leave it? Needs a treble and finds
92.
another treble. This is
Reach you require
remarkable.
107.
I don't think he's going to go for the 13 darter, but he might not have a chance. Reese Robinson's been taking these out for fun. Oh, he went for the bull. What are you doing,
75.
Reese, in this situation when you get
Tom, you
pulled
require
into
50.
a game? He's going for the bull.
Game shot on the third leg.
we
Tom
watching?
Lonsdale.
Look, they're both laughing about it. First of all, we'll go for Reese. I don't get it. When you're up
Fourth leg,
against
it's
it,
Tom to throw first.
you're top of the
Game
table,
on.
fighting for your life. You do not do that.
Especially when your opponent's sat on 50 for a double breaker throw.
93.
Playing the way he is. Well over 111 average at the moment. Tom Lonsdale. That was... It was silly.
58.
It was silly of Reese.
And the other one there, do you think... Because Tom's got that little smirk in him.
174.
Do you think he's done that because Reese tried it?
He got involved and he got away with it in the end. But you can have a bit of fun.
140.
You can enjoy the game, but the priority is winning it. Don't get too involved too quickly.
85.
Tom Lonsdale is a couple of darts away from a personal milestone here.
171.
Because he's averaging
Tom, you require
113.57.
149.
This is an absolute brilliant game of darts. An absolute treat here
125.
on a
Reach you
Tuesday
require
morning.
132.
A must go. And it won't. Lonsdale for an absolute incredible
52.
performance.
Tom, you require 24.
24.
Game
That
shot
is
under mark. Tom
absolutely
Lonsdale.
stunning from Tom Lonsdale. He has ended the Reese Robinson winning streak. It is a 4-0 demolition job from the ADC qualifier. And look, they're sharing a moment there. Reese knows that was a special performance from Tom. He's averaged 113.43, winning legs of 13, 12, 15 and 13. Tom Lonsdale, take a bow. Everyone, get your breath back, because coming up after the break, we're going to see Steve Brown against David Schlichting.
Hello again, everyone. Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where we are 2 rounds down for our morning session here on Tuesday. And it's time to get the assessment of Primetime himself, Matthew Edgar. And, well, there's only one place to start, isn't there? That from Tom Lonsdale, 113 average in front of the cameras, ending Reece Robinson's unbeaten streak. We saw yesterday glimpses of what he can do, but that was something out of the extraordinary.
Yeah, we've just got to sort of slow it down a bit, really, to digest what we just saw there. It's the 113 average, incredible standard, and it looked likely. It looked like he was doing it at ease. It's like he's become comfortable with it. He clearly was showing signs of this to even get here in the first place, to win that ADC title, beating Luke Littler in the final as well. But he did that as well on the back of the ending of the game with David Schlichting, where he also had 2 12 darters to complete that match. So if we look at the last 6 legs we've seen from Tom Lonsdale, a very, very high standard. And what that also does in terms of the goals of Reece Robinson, one, it brings him back into the chasing pack a little bit. He's now only 2 points clear at the top of the table. He took a heavy defeat, which is going to come off his leg difference, and it's also broke his goal. He's now got to refocus. He's got to go for plan B. He wanted to get 30 from 30 and be the first man to do so. Now he's got to reassess.
Yeah, let's have a look at the end of that game before then for Tom, because he finished it off with back-to-back 12 darters and 81 in amongst the mix as well. And as I say, well, we knew he had a ceiling, but would it be fair to say, and I don't mean this as a disrespect whatsoever, but did we maybe expect it to be this high this quickly in that type of environment?
I think the fair answer to give is we just didn't know. And we still don't know. He's still a very new face to us here at the Super Series. It's only his second day of being here. He's still a very new face in terms of touring darts. Yes, he's played county since he was 14 years old, but that is a completely different system to what we're talking about now and the sort of scrutiny he's going to be under. Certainly after that, he's done it to himself. It's his own fault. And when we look at what he's seeing, we don't know. Does he know what it is? He certainly thinks he can go and get a PDC tour card, and with that sort of level in the locker, it's hard to argue.
Well, Robinson may have lost that game before the break, but it was a case of Reece Lightning in his first match, winning it for 1-4-7. He can add this to his personal highlights reel.
Well, there's going to be plenty of highlights for him. He's had quite a lot of big finishes already so far this week. He's won matches with 3 of them, and that, for me, is one of the most intriguing parts. That 119, though, that's got to be the main event of the Reece Robinson highlight reel, the Bull 19 Bull. And it just seems to be when he's on stage, he seems to bring out the best of people. But some of that's probably down to his pace as well. He's got a nice pace about him where he's straight up to the oche, he's straight away from the oche, and he throws the darts quite quick. And a lot of the time, that is what's going to aid your opponent to good performance.
Lee Cox, really good start to the day today.
Yeah, he's the man who's going to be chasing down Reece by the looks of it. And that means that when those two play each other a bit later on, that could be really interesting, because if Lee Cox can keep his run going, if he can beat Reece Robinson, all of a sudden, we're talking about Reece Robinson potentially going 30 from 30, he could be level at the top of the table. And then we're talking about legs difference. That's how quick it can turn around here at the Super Series.
Well, let's round up what we've seen in so far. These are the results first and foremost. So these are the games, these are the 6 matches that we've seen so far today. So that's our order of play. We'll see round 3 in just a second. This is now how the table correlates itself. Robinson out on top, having lost his first game. Lee Cox now chasing in second spot, and a flurry of players down there on 6 points. Right, next up for us, David Schlichting up against Steve Brown. And while Steve Chair, the ADC, is here, it's about time we talk a little bit about the ADC and the involvement it's had in this competition in particular, and the growth this year. We saw the end of last year players getting invitations for the ADC system. We've now seen qualifiers, not just in the UK, but through Oceania and through Europe. And what we're seeing now is those players coming through that ADC system are being not just competitive, but they're winning weeks and perhaps now favourites to win weeks.
And it gives opportunity as well to players either locally or nationally, because there's qualification systems through the ADC Vault and through the ADC national systems as well, to get here to the Super Series. We've seen a lot of times, especially across our social media platforms here at the Super Series, people saying, how do I get on the Super Series? How can I get there? There'll be people sat at home right now watching the darts thinking, I can do that. I can beat these players. Well, you can. All you've got to do is get down to the ADC, qualify to come here. You can come here, prove it, and win some sizable prize money.
at Dart Circuit for the information. We're based in the UK, Europe and Oceania. Right, 7th game of the day for us is David Schlichting up against Steve Brown. Matt's going to make his way down to the commentary box to join Phil Bars. Hello, Phil.
Thank you very much, Henry. And I think we've all just about got our breath back after that sensational game last time out where Tom Lonsdale blew the league leader, Reece Robinson, away. 113.43 average, winning legs of 13, 12, 15 and 13. Take a bow, Tom Lonsdale. You have announced yourself here at the Super Series, but now all eyes focus on this one. David Schlichting against Steve Brown. It's going to be
First
interesting
leg,
to see
it's
how
David to throw first.
Steve
Game on.
responds in this one. Had a little chat with him in the practice room a minute ago. He said he's just struggling to find his stance and how to stand comfortably
60.
with this touch of sciatica that he has. But again,
30.
being joined by Matt, who's come down the stairs. What a game that was last time out. And all of a sudden, we thought that Reece Robinson
99.
was going to run away with Group A. And now it's wide open again.
Well, I think
92.
we summarised it quite well when we said at the start of that last game that it was about Tom Lonsdale having to raise the standard rather than expecting Reece Robinson to drop it. And
57.
he couldn't raise it anymore. I mean, Reece Robinson did his part. He averaged 93.88. That's sort of what we'd expect at the moment from Reece Robinson.
121.
It was just Tom Lonsdale went above and beyond with one of the best performances we've seen here at the Super
96.
Series.
Yeah, and it's interesting to see that we've seen that early on in the week. The ceiling is high. Yes, he hasn't reached it all. That didn't look great for Steve. That was a proper lunge and a
85.
jerk on the lower back. Back to Tom. That ceiling, there is a level there that can blow anyone away.
It's just proved it, hasn't he?
95.
113 average. Doesn't just win games here. Win game in any room, in any arena. Now, the question is, what's the replication like?
Yeah, I'm interested to see
55.
the next game because
David, you
no
require
question
94.
there'll be a down, there'll be an adrenaline dump. It's how he deals with that.
Game shot on the first leg. David Schlichting.
And it is a hold and throw and a tidy finish.
Second
from
leg,
David
it's Steve to throw first.
Schlichting.
Game on.
18 darts, and when he gets to a double, he's looked comfortable.
60.
Something we can't say for Steve Brown, and something that's sort of getting worse and worse as it goes. And this poses a bit of a question
97.
here for Steve Brown, who doesn't play a lot of darts at the moment. If he feels that he can't physically compete and everything's a bit of a battle,
125.
do we even see him take a place in the Group C or B lineup?
97.
That's a good question. I suppose only one person can answer that, and it's if it gets any better or any worse, can he get any treatment on it?
140. 93.
Well, it's certainly getting better for him on the dartboard in terms of where the
81.
darts are landing. Leave himself a finish after 12.
$44.
So 95
Steve, you require 95.
for a level game. Double 19.
Game shot on the second leg.
Brilliant
Steve
from the bomber.
Brown.
Steve Brown levels it up. It's a 14 dart holder throw. And I know we've said
Third
that
leg,
he's
it's
not
David
playing
to
a
throw
lot.
first.
And
Game on.
obviously struggling with a bit of a back problem. But when he gets it right, there are still moments of magic in that right arm of Steve Brown.
And that's what I think
43.
will answer my question of, do we see Steve Brown take his place in the lineup for Group B or C? Because he's seeing these glimpses and these signs, that'll be enough
81.
to encourage him to think, it's still there, I can still put it together. And if I could put it together for all it is 10-minute blocks.
100.
Just little 10-minute blocks. If I could put it together for enough of those periods, I can get through to Saturday.
85. 100. 29.
I do like the very old school Steve Brown flights as well that he's always used. Very nostalgic. I remember them as a kid.
60.
They were like the go-to flights.
I think you used to get them for about 55 pence a pack from any
58.
sporting goods store.
Well, again, I am showing my age now. You'll appreciate this one. The darts card behind the bar at the
58.
local social club as well that had all the flights on.
Yeah, you had to be quick though, because all the good designs got snapped up really quickly, didn't they?
They're the ones.
Then you'd only end up with like, oh, I need some stems. Oh, there's extra long.
97. David, you require 140.
We've got these flights here that are made out of paper.
120. Steve, you require 151.
Fine effort from David Schlichting at the 140. Steve Brown can't reply with a effort at the 151. So
77.
to keep us going.
David, you
Oh,
require
live the throw.
20.
That looks a good guide.
Game shot on
he's
the
used
third
it.
leg. David Schlichting.
The Turtle leads 2-1. And again, you just feel that this game is all about
Fourth leg, it's Steve to
what
throw
Steve
first.
Brand does.
Game on.
Steve Brand's top level has been better than Schlichting's, but he's not finding it enough.
45.
Is there a story behind the Turtle?
I don't know. We'll try and find out, though.
Please do let us know
60.
if you know the story behind the nickname The Turtle. I'm sure it's not something you just woke up one day and thought, I fancy being nicknamed The Turtle. There's got to be some form of
100.
backstory, and I know that someone watching David's going to know that story. If that is you I'm talking to, please do get in touch at MSS Darts, Facebook, Instagram, or Twitter. Let us know
140.
the reason behind the nickname for The Turtle. It is going to be something like he just likes Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, isn't it?
100.
I really hope so. Which one do you reckon was his favourite turtle?
Leonardo. No, what am I on about?
58.
100% Donatello.
Which was your favourite turtle?
Leonardo, that's why I went with it. I just thought
41.
everyone would go Leonardo. But then, no, he's Donatello, absolutely. I
85.
think you'd have been Michelangelo.
Yeah. Genuinely true story. When we were kids, me and my brother got a kitten
65.
each. Shredder
David,
and
you
Splinter.
require 158.
True story.
Like it. David will like that. That is sat beautifully in the board. You just knew that was going to go. It was inviting.
120.
He just missed a 140 in
Steve,
the last
you
leg. He
require
misses
150.
the 158 in this. He's teasing us to something big.
Double 15. Wow.
Game shot
from
on the fourth
bomber.
leg. Steve Brown.
We said earlier those moments are still there. Produces a blistering 150 finish. Mark of respect there between the two players, and the Bombers 2 from 2 on the outer
Fifth
ring.
leg, it's David to throw first. Game on.
And they're the moments that will just keep
60.
him interested, keep him keen. Just stop you from being able to walk away and put them down and say, that's in my past.
$96.
And two very fine finishes,
44.
95 and a 150.
60.
It's a really intriguing contest. It's just those moments of magic that Bran has that keeps us guessing.
84.
Probably keeps him guessing, though, as well, which is probably why he gets so frustrated at times as a player. But that is sat beautifully. It's inviting.
180.
He is really warming to the task here, Steve Brown. By far the best performance we've seen from him so far this week. And that comes on the back
140.
of his last game, which was the best performance we've seen of him so far this week. Maybe I'm speaking too quick.
$13.
It just, when it's on, it's fine, but it just looks also uncomfortable when it's not.
59. Steve, you require 152.
Agreed. But he's got a chance here just to set this up.
60.
So are you saying David can't take this
David,
out?
you require 114.
I'm saying if he does, he's only going to get one dart at a double. And that's provided he hits the treble first. Yeah, I'm saying you can't take this out from this point yet.
86.
Options
Steve,
for
you
Brown.
require 92.
Surely he stays there. Oh, he's gone double-double.
56.
I thought he might have just
David, you require
used
28.
the dart in the 20s.
Game shot on a fifth leg. David Schlichting.
But it is David Schlichting that takes the lead again, 3-2. Every leg has gone with the darts.
Sixth leg. It's Steve to
Brand
throw first.
will now have to win 2 on the
Game
spin. And although we've said it's been his best performance of the day so far, he's still up against it.
44. 43. 45. 82.
'So just looking here, Steve Brown needs another one.
125.
Hesitant there, wasn't he? He just took a little bit longer over that third dart.
I think he knew the importance of it as well.
It just feels like he's trying to make sure.
97. 95.
Big last start. Keeps himself with the advantage of throw. It looks like we could be going all the way in this one.
57.
Yeah, that last dart treble just kept Schlichting at bay.
$60.
But does that just open the door a little bit? A big visit here, and this 1-3-2 is tricky.
It does with that first start. That's inviting for a 140.
140.
Now,
Steve,
all
you
of a
require
sudden,
132.
Steve Brown has things to contemplate. He's yet to miss a dart at a double. The bullseye does count as a dart at the
84.
ball.
Check. 94. David, you require 82.
So 82 should go the ball first. 25 for these 57, 17 and tops. Tops to win it.
Game shot.
Absolutely
David
sensational
Schlichting.
from David Schlichting. 4-2 win over Steve Brown. The 82 finish does all the damage. And he knows where that camera is. He's been to the Joe Cullen School of Camera Shots. That is for sure. But it is a big 2 points in there for him as he moves up to third in this Group A table and is now threatening a Group B position. But coming up after the break, we're going to see Jarno Bottenberg against Reece Robinson.
Well, the games are coming thick and fast here at the MODUS Super Series, and before the break, David Schlichting got the better of Steve Brown by 4 legs to 2. Next up for us here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth is our middle match of the session. It sees Jarno Bottenberg in action up against Rhys Robinson. And watching this one in the commentary box, it's Matt Edgar and Phil Bars.
Thank you very much, Henry, and welcome back, everyone. And I'm interested to see how Rhys Robinson reacts in this one after the shell shock of his last game. It could be interesting because all of a sudden Lee Cox is within striking distance in the table. The 4-point gap is down to 2.
If there's a player that's likely to be a threat for Rhys Robinson, it has been Jarno Bottenberg, the second best average of the day yesterday. And some really good signs. He's been
First
over that
leg, it's
90
Jarno
average
to throw first. Game on.
in 4 of his 7 games so far. This is a threat, this, for Rhys Robinson.
96.
I completely agree. Jarno's been superb across the first day and a half so far. Really impressed with him.
$48.
Also as well, during the break, had a nice message from Carl Hamilton, someone that's been here at the Super Series, and he says, true story, chaps.
46.
All my family still call me Raph after Raphael from the Turtles.
I never thought that we'd be talking about the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles so much today.
140.
So yesterday we had Sonic the Hedgehog
100.
and the Sega Mega Drive. Today the Turtles. So does that mean tomorrow we've got to go for the Mighty Morphin Power Rangers?
Big fan of that.
134.
I bet you was a big fan of the Pink Ranger, wasn't you?
Kimberly.
127.
A not game.
No,
Just
no hinks involved.
Just a great setup, though. Nice setup as
99.
well from Rhys Robinson.
Yano, you require 132.
Love this finish. Always reminds me of Dennis Priestley at the World Match Play. And when you get that first bullseye, it's always tempting to go for the second
117.
one, even
Reese, you
though the
require
14th
80.
is much more statistically a better route. To me, that's a mistake.
60.
To me, that's overly
Yano,
aggressive.
you require 15.
Yeah, didn't need to do it. And will he pay the price?
Game shot on the
Yes is the
first leg.
answer.
Yano Bottenberg.
Celebration there from Jarno. We see what it means to him. And not just that. If Jarno can win here,
Second
then all
leg.
of a sudden it is wide open again.
Reese to throw first.
The
Game
leader
on.
becomes part of the pack again.
Absolutely. Especially if Lee Cox can go beat Tom Lonsdale in the next one.
135.
Game on once again.
But
30.
even that's a double-edged sword, because a win for Tom puts him in that little cluster as well on 8 points. Although it would still give Reese
56.
a lead at the top, it just boxes it all up even more.
Is Rhys Robinson
100.
forgetting about... You get to a point when you're winning all the time that winning almost becomes an expectation rather than something you have to work for. We see it with Luke Littler quite a lot,
140.
where he almost gets bored just doing the traditional stuff because he expects to win. Have we got to a point here with Rhys Robinson that he's
93.
almost
Reese, you require
expecting the win
170.
too much and he's making, I'm going to say, silly errors?
Rash decisions. Yeah, I think quite possibly.
120.
I fully expect he's going to throw for the bullseye again here.
100% with you. There's no doubt in my mind that he
98.
goes for the ball here.
Reese, you require 50.
What do we know?
$18.
but I like to see that. That just shows that he's not getting too silly with things. He's not getting carried away with things. He's still in enough of a headspace
50.
to think logically
Reach
about
require
this.
32.
Yeah, there's still a level of composure to his game.
Shot on the second leg, Reese Robinson.
And that does hold in 16. It would have been all too easy to go for the ball, make
Third
a mess
leg,
of
it's
it.
Jarno to throw first. Game on. $135.
I think the term unnecessary come to mind a little bit, but you mentioned their composure.
121.
That's good to see from Reese Robinson, that he's able to reel it back when he needs to, get back to business.
96.
Because there is only one player go through this group. 3 days worth of play for one place in Saturday night's finals. And when you start off, you're Tuesday as 4-9 favourite to win this group. You don't want to be back here Thursday and Friday.
Like you'd like 2 days off with your feet
81.
up.
Bit of Football Manager. New FIFA's out. Build that squad.
It's not called FIFA now, though, is it?
100.
FC 24.
That's what happens when powerhouses fall out.
131. Reach require 140.
So Jarno
60.
coming back for 58.
Jarno, you require 58.
And a 2-1 lead. 18 and tops. Tops for 2-1.
Game shot on the
2-1 it
third
is.
leg. Jarno Bottenberg.
He knows how important this is. We've seen 2 celebrations on his winning legs. He knows this is huge.
Fourth leg, it's Reese to throw first.
See, darts is a sport
Game
I
on.
think can't transfer to computer games. It did try a few years ago, if you remember, on the various consoles, but it became too easy to master that you always threw 9 darts.
108.
And I think if you make the game harder, it will take so much effort to master it that you might as well just play darts.
83.
Yeah, I'm with you.
26.
They always say down the local, don't they? 26 follows a 180.
121.
It also happens here at the Super Series. Do you know what would be a
62.
good game, though? Like an app where you could play against the app, but it give you a story mode.
I like that.
97.
You have to set different levels, easy, medium, hard, for example. But like where you try and qualify for the tour and then get in the worlds and like story
92.
mode darts. Phil's raising the eyebrows, the eyes are squinting, he's thinking.
100.
Yeah, I like,
Reach
I like the
require
process.
141. $90. Jarno, you require
So,
100.
Jarno, there's a break opportunity here. Tops. It's not going to go.
60.
So Reese will be back for
Reach
51
require
and 2 all.
51.
2 darts at double 16. 1 left in hand.
35.
And that's wild.
Jarno,
And
you
he's in trouble
require
now.
40.
Jarno's got 3 darts to break the throat. This is a huge moment in this match.
Game shot on the fourth leg.
And
Jarno
a huge
Bottenberg.
moment that lands for Jarno Bottenberg. It is so big now because Jarno's got 2 times where he will have the advantage of throw.
Fifth
2
leg, it's Jarno to
opportunities
throw
to wrap
first.
this up. And
Game on.
sandwiched between those is Reese Robinson's attempt with. He's in big trouble here, Reese, of being clawed back in.
140.
And if Jarno can get it done in this leg, we were talking about those leg difference being almost incatchable. Since then, he could lose 4-0 and 4-1 and be really
140.
reeled back to Lee Cox.
Yeah, this is a huge moment in this contest because the former unbeaten league
100.
leader, is now in huge danger of back-to-back defeats. Needs a treble
100.
and finds it, but it's only keeping him in touch with Jarno here.
55.
You can tend to get away with one when you throw first, provided your opponent doesn't hit a max. That would be his one.
100.
Yeah, now this needs to be a minimum of a ton.
36. Reach you require 161.
And he's now just played himself into second place in this one. Reece Robinson, a little bit of time on his hands.
65. Jarno, you require 170.
If the first dart's perfect, he may have a chance. Not going to happen.
That second dart was
125.
ideally one of the
Reach you
first.
require
Bang in the middle at a
96.
lovely angle and depth in the board.
And point proven because dart 3 followed it. Another.
Game shot on the fifth leg. Reece Robinson.
Mr. Highlight Reel is back in this one. And he knows how important that was. We got the big fist pump. 2 double 19s.
Sixth leg. It's Reece to throw first.
Out of
Game
the
on.
22 monikers he's given himself so far, I don't think that was Mr. Highlight Reel. I think that was Clutch Robbo. Because that was a match-saving shot. That could be a game-changing shot. He still has to win the next 2 legs. He's got to
41.
be perfect. But it has to start from somewhere, and what a place to start.
Keeps this one alive.
60.
In fact, I'm going to change his moniker. I'm going to change him to 23. I'm going to give him the Apollo Creed of darts.
Nice.
96. $140.
Jarno knows how important this game is. Every treble means something right now.
100. $58.
But again, trebleless. Just letting Reece Robinson get away with it here. He's not been superb on his own throw,
20.
but that is catastrophic.
$134.
Big darts from Jarno. It's just bought him another opportunity. There's nothing Reece can do to stop Jarno having a shot at 109.
100.
And he
Jarno,
might
you
get
require
6
109.
at the 109. He should get a dart for double. He does.
Game shot. And the
What
match.
a fantastic
Jarno
finish there
Bottenberg.
from Jarno Bottenberg. Reece Robinson has won 3 matches with Tom Plus finishers. He's now had 1 against him. A 15 darter there for Jarno Bottenberg. Another average over 90. And he is looking like a serious player. He's also pulling Reece Robinson back to the pack and giving himself plenty of opportunity going into our last couple of laps of fixtures. But Lee Cox is the man that is trying to chase down Reece Robinson at the top. He's coming up next against a man who hit 113 average the last time we've seen him, Tom Lonsdale.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series where Jan Bottenberg has got the better of Reece Robinson by 4 legs to 2. So an average just over the 90 mark and getting over the line with a 109 finish. Right, next up for us, a man who's put in one of the best individual performances that we've seen at the Super Series this year, Tom Lonsdale. He's back in action up against Lee Cox, who's undefeated for his day up to press. Someone's O's got to go, hasn't it, Matt and Phil?
Yes, it has, Henry. Looking forward to this game, especially off the back of what Tom Lonsdale produced in his last game. Can he do it again here? If he can, it's going to be explosive. But on the other side of the argument, if Lee Cox wins, he goes level on points with Reece Robinson.
First leg, it's Tom to throw first. Game on.
This is the hardest position to be in as a player. When you've just had that massive performance, 113 average.
60.
He had that end against David Schlichting, 212 darters. You come back out and you almost expect it to happen again or feel like you need it to happen again.
180.
And then everything you do just feels like it's not good enough. You hit 100, it feels
43.
like you're playing worse. You go out in 18 darts, you feel like you're playing worse because you are. So everything feels like a downgrade. And that's why this is probably the most dangerous position for Tom Lonsdale to now come and play to try and replicate that. I wouldn't be surprised if we see him really struggle in this game.
45.
Yeah, it's not just that, it's what your body does as well, coming off that immense high. That it has to come down again. That adrenaline dump
80.
leaves your body and everything like that, and just trying to stabilise your levels and things like that. We see it so much on the pro game when they have to play multiple games in an evening or something like that. If you have an unbelievable game, you're flat the next one.
Well, how many good UK Open finals have we had for the last few years? I can't think of a UK Open final classic.
The last one, MVG 2020.
61.
And
Lee, you require 52.
Possibly not much to oppose it with.
Game shot on the first leg.
Great
Lee
start,
Cox.
though, from Lee Cox. Takes the throw off Tom Lonsdale, who has yet to get started in this one.
Second leg, it's Lee to throw first. Game on.
To be fair, this year's one
140.
wasn't bad. Andrew Gilding averaging 95, Michael 96. The one before that, not particularly great.
59.
Behind closed doors one, James Wade averaged 102. 2020, Michael averaged 101. There's been a few, but yeah, 9 times out of 10, it's quite flat, especially from one player as well.
You don't tend to get much of a match,
58.
do you? It's more of a game of darts. Little play on words, but make a big difference.
140.
I think Lee Cox knows the importance of this game, that he's getting himself back in Group A title
96.
contention here.
Lee, you require 161.
Absolutely, he's making a move, and it would make his next match very interesting because he would be taking on Reece Robinson. The winner of that would be top of the table.
And if I'd have said to you at the start of play today that Reece Robinson wouldn't be top
Lee, you require 38.
at any point today, would you have called me mad?
I think I still would, but for different reasons.
6. $85. Lee, you require 32. No score.
Again, couldn't go round the blocker.
Tom, you require 145.
But he will be back. Tom Lonsdale can't finish.
45.
He's just struggling to
Lee, you
repeat
require 32.
what he did last time out. Cox now looking for 2-0. And again, is that too close?
I think that's ideal for him just to play off, but he's got to move.
No
And he
score.
didn't. A
Tom,
little
you
shuffle to
require
the right
100.
there would have really opened that up and allowed him to use those darts.
I'll tell you what, I'd like a screenshot because those 3 darts looked
60.
identical to the 3
Lee
previous.
require 32. Game shot on the second leg. Lee Cox.
But this time, Cox steps in. 2-0. Shake of the head. He knows he's missed a bucket load of darts at a
Third
double.
leg,
But Lee,
it's
it
Tom to
doesn't
throw
matter.
first.
You are winning.
Game on.
Don't shake your head.
$23.
He's completely
100.
outscoring Tom Lonsdale. Tom Lonsdale yet to get a double, and this is what I feared at the start of this match for Tom to come into this game off the back of that big performance.
180.
And that's the scoring power that we saw from Lonsdale in his previous couple of matches.
60.
But giving Lee Cox a 2-0 head start is not wise.
It's a very dangerous strategy.
Not one I'd recommend.
45.
But one, I think at the moment, he feels like he's got no control over.
100.
Even with that max, Lee Cox is still in front.
137.
Need to treble here.
100.
And finds one is also
Tom,
down
you
to a
require
finish.
116.
But first of all, Lonsdale looking at 116 now can't finish. So Cox will get a go at the 141.
44. Lee, you require 141.
Not able to find the opening treble. 141 is a finish we've seen so
60.
far this week. It was Tom Lonsdale
Tom, you
that actually
require
hit that.
72.
Another 16 for Tops. Tops to hold.
Game shot on the third leg. Tom Lonsdale.
Much better leg from Tom Lonsdale. Is on the board now.
Fourth leg, it's Lee to throw first. Game on.
Couldn't have afforded to have lost that leg. If he'd
95.
have lost that 3-0 and against the throw, you'd think it was all done and dusted for Tom Lonsdale. But that's one of
60.
the beauties of darts. Games can just turn so quick. Especially this very short format play.
60.
That first dart looks inviting.
180.
You just knew, Matt. You just knew.
Very good darts from Lonsdale.
After
100.
the first 2 legs were below par, all of a sudden, it's like someone's plugged him in, charged him up.
95.
Well, he's hit 7 180s today, and a 174, and a 177. He's had 9 maximum visits. And this is only his third match.
But also
54. Lee, you require
Lee Cox.
111.
111 for 3-1. Treble 17 leaves Tops. Tops for 3-1.
91.
Dragged it low.
Tom, you require 112.
A chance to get himself back into this. It's still on. Treble 19 with the left Tops. Wasn't able to find
78.
it. Sets it up beautifully,
Lee
though.
required 20.
That's the question of Lee Cox. He's got 3 darts in
Game
hand
shot on
here.
the fourth leg. Lee Cox.
And he needs the 1.
He asked the question. However, Lee Cox had all the answers. It is 3-1. And under that pressure, that's a fabulous finish. I know it's only a double 10, but it was the fact that the setup play from Lonsdale was so good.
Fifth leg, it's
It's not
Tom
your
to throw
go, Lee.
first.
It's not your go.
Game on.
Over keen there, Matt.
59.
A sign of confidence, I think, there. Just wants to get on with it, wants to get the job done. He knows he's playing well. He knows
57.
he's in a position to draw level with Reece Robinson on 12 points after 8 matches.
86.
Right now, Group A is taking another twist. And Lee Cox is applying all the pressure at the top of the table.
85.
That took a wicked deflection.
$81.
Lonsdale is in a bit of a better position than the scoreline would suggest because he will have the advantage of throwing 2. Lee Cox will only throw first in 1 of the last 3 legs.
96.
Yeah, it's something that's brought up quite a lot, isn't it? Where when you're one away like this, if you've got the throw in 2 of the 3, you'd fancy getting the
65.
job done. But if you've only got it in 1, the margin for error is small.
60.
Could have moved down to the 19s there to keep the option alive with the last dart. Ended up throwing a bit of a non-effective dart. A treble 20 would have
92.
left the 163.
Also, as well, I've just picked up there. I think Lee might have listened to us. Those flights don't look quite as battered as the old ones in his last game.
134. Tom, you require
Fine switching on that
180.
occasion, though, from Lee Cox. But this is the danger of going this way. He might have to go 14 ball. He does. I am reliably
93.
informed that he
Lee
actually
requires
likes leaving
69.
the ball at all occasions and going straight for it.
It's going to be a double 16 for the match.
Game shot.
And that's
and the
all
match.
he needs.
Lee Cox.
Lee Cox seals a 4-1 victory over Tom Lonsdale. We saw the fist pump from the crafty Coxie. He knows that he goes level on points at the top of the table with Reece Robinson with that victory. 84.56 average for him. 1 max, 4 from 14, 28% on the outer ring. But coming up after the break, you can see Jarno Bottenberg against David Schlichting.
This is the MODUS Super Series. $182.
Joe Taylor, Garrett Tilly, and board 2, Craig Nixon, Robin Young.
Every Saturday, we open our doors for our weekly finals night.
For a unique and intimate darts experience.
Meet the Dart Stars and even the team off the telly
Here at our purpose-built venue in Portsmouth.
every single Saturday evening.
Tickets can be booked via this QR code.
Or at www.dartshop.tv for a very small booking fee.
Follow us at MSS Darts on Twitter, Facebook, Instagram and TikTok.
For all the latest ticketing news.
All you need to do, log on, book, turn up, and the action gets underway from 7:30 p.m.
So what are you waiting for?
Get your tickets to the darts.
We look forward to welcoming you to the MODUS Super Series very soon.
So that's your latest ticketing news, and you can meet the Dart Stars here at the Super Series every single Saturday night by heading to dartshot.tv. Right, we are 3 rounds down for our day here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. We've whizzed through those matches so far, 9 all told. These are the results from our game so far. And before the break, we saw Lee Cox go joint level at the top of the table, getting the better of Tom Lonsdale by 4 legs to 1. Prior to that, Jan Bottenberg got the better of Reece Robinson 4-2. David Schlichting beating Steve Brown by the same scoreline. So that is how the fixtures and results have gone so far today. Let's have a look and see how it correlates in terms of the league table then, because Robinson now has company on 12 points. That is by way of Lee Cox. Jarno Bottenberg and David Schlichting both on 8. Tom Lonsdale on 6. And Steve Brown rooted to the bottom of the table on 2 points. Right, coming up next here at the Live Lounge, 2 of our ADC European qualifiers going toe-to-toe as Jarno Bottenberg takes on David Schlichting, and that's on the back of some European qualifying tour events at the weekend. There's going to be some more taking place between now and the end of the year. If you are watching in Europe and you're aspiring to maybe play and possibly grace the stage behind us, then you can do so. Head over to the ADC Europe website for more information on how you can possibly be here in Portsmouth playing at the MODUS Super Series. But on the stage right now is Bottenberg and Schlichting with Phil Bars and Matt Edgar.
Welcome back, everyone, to the MODUS Super Series YouTube channel as the action continues here in Group A. And as Henry said, it is a battle of ADC Europe here. Looking forward to this. I've been impressed by both of these. I just think it has the ingredients to be a good one.
I've been impressed with Jarno since the second he got here. I've kicked things off with back-to-back victories, and he's
First
been very
leg, it's
solid
Jarno
in
to
his
throw
performance.
first. Game on.
He's played 8 matches so far. 5 times he's been able to pose above a 90 average, which is good consistency. And
135.
consistency that you'd expect to see with a player in contention for winning the group. He's currently sat in 3rd place, as we just saw, joint
58.
3rd place with David Schlichting. And for me, I think this is a battle or a head-to-head that
59.
today and tomorrow is going to settle the debate of which players will be in Group B and which will be in Group C.
96.
Yeah, I fully agree.
60.
I think for both of these, it's
44.
obviously a learning curve as well, that no real stage and TV experience
140.
at the highest level. So a week's play here.
It's a crash course. Remember when you used to do
58.
your driving lessons and you could have a
Jarno, you
lesson
require
every week, or you could have a
107.
crash course and do them all in one week? That's what this is. This is crash course darts. But what is it with the bullseye this week? Everyone seems to want to be
75.
finishing on the bull.
Are we seeing a shift in people's mentality towards finishing now in terms of
97.
that? Where it was always frowned
Jarno, you
upon,
require
wasn't it?
32.
I think it's just
Game
this
shot on the
group.
first leg. Jarno
This isn't something we're
Bottenberg.
going to see cotton on. I think this is just a Group A that are potentially having
Second leg,
a
it's
little
David to
bit
throw
of
first.
banter
Game on.
maybe, but certainly this is not going to cotton on. If anything, I'd say it's borderline silly.
100.
I would love someone to do this against me all the time because they're going to get caught out.
But remember what Dan Dawson once said,
83.
silly darts is better than good darts. I'm guessing you're not agreeing.
I love watching it, absolutely. I can't advocate it though.
No, I agree in all seriousness. I know we laugh and joke about it. I don't mind when they're on a 10 darter and things like that. I get it when Joe Cullen did it at the Euro Tour and things like
42.
that. You know, though, if you're playing against a certain player and you do it, regardless of whether
50.
you hit it or not, it's going to wind them up.
Yes, absolutely. There's many players that take
125.
exception to things like that. Or if you've got a shot and you don't go for it, and you just set it up. That annoys them as well, especially if they're on a shot themselves, like a 140, 150 sort of area.
100.
If I was playing Jack, I'd do it to him.
$41. David, you require 151.
Treble 17. And just with what we'd seen, I'm pretty
119.
sure he'd have gone for it as well.
100. David, you require
So
32.
Double 16 for a level game. That's awkward.
No score. Yano,
Couldn't
you
find
require
the angle.
110.
And that just opens the door slightly here for Jarno, and that closes the door very, very quickly.
Darting disaster
74.
for Jarno.
David, you require 32. Game shot on the second leg. David Schlichting.
I did have an answer to the David Schlichting turtle nickname. It's not interesting.
Third
I'm
leg,
afraid.
it's Yano to throw first.
So there's
Game
no
on.
pizza or cowbunga involved.
No, nothing fun. I preferred our made-up story. That's why I kind of don't want to tell the
81.
real one.
If we won't, then we'll just keep it as it is.
$180.
Fine start to the leg from David Schlichting as he's trying to attack the throw of
140.
Jarno. Even finer.
140.
We both went quiet there. Didn't want to jinx anything.
You just hold your breath for a second when you get to
40
dart 5. It's
48.
just piques your interest. You're almost like a turtle sticking his neck out of his shell. Do you like what I did there?
96.
Loved it.
$62.
Cracking leg though.
David, you
Here
require
from David
85.
Schlichting. Himself just 85 after 9 darts. Here's that bullseye again. Fine finish.
Game shot. And the leg, David Schlichting.
12 a darter for Schlichting to break the throw of Jarno in a clash.
Fourth
that I
leg, it's
dubbed
David
the
to throw
battle for
first.
Group
Game
B.
on.
Yeah, very tidy break of throw there for the turtle.
57. $60.
And Jarno just not scoring as heavy in this game as we've seen him in previous.
58.
That's more like it, and
140.
all about this, where the first dart was, like he just could batter off of it.
Yeah, good, well-thrown, propelled dart that's got that depth into the board that you
42.
can use. If the dart goes in the board a bit soft, there'll be a bit too much play on it that you can't actually use it as a marker or something to
85.
play off.
$139.
Both players are starting to really find their best here. We're getting a really good match.
140. $41. Yano, you require
Is that a
76.
slip from Schlichting?
36.
You would fancy
David, you
he's
require
coming back.
164.
Takes a extra couple of seconds in the approach play. Just tries to take the sting out of the situation. But he won't be stinging Jarno with a 164.
89.
Jarno
Yano, you
coming
require
back,
40.
looking at tops
Game
and
shot on the
pins
fourth
tops.
flag. Yano Bottenberg.
Level game back on throw here.
Fifth leg, it's Jarno to throw first. Game on.
Just looks composed at the moment.
134.
We mentioned about gears.
100.
And that's what this game feels like. It feels like the players are just sort of sliding through the gears in this one.
140.
But it does feel like Jarno might have that sixth gear that certain vehicles have.
Yeah, I completely agree with that. That I just look at Jarno and
93.
he has got that extra gear in him where that scoring power is incredible.
And right now he's just
97.
throwing with a freedom and an expectation.
$98. Jarno, you require 130.
So he has 6 darts for 130 to go within 1.
98.
Which would move him to 10 points, just 2 behind the leaders.
44. Jarno, you require 32. Game shot on the
David
fifth leg.
Schlichting
Jarno
made the first
Bottenberg.
move. He went 2-1 ahead with a fine leg of darts. But Jarno Bottenberg
Sixth leg, it's David to throw
counteracts
first.
the movement. A
Game
14
on.
darter there from Jarno to put himself a leg away from the match. And he's just finding more in the power scoring
59.
department. We take a look at the 140 total. That is the difference between the two
45.
players at the moment. Just that extra treble being found by Jarno.
That's the column, isn't it? The 140s that does all the damage in games.
97.
Absolutely, that consistent high power scoring. And a lot of this has come in the last
58.
couple of legs for Jarno, which has just sort of deserted him a little bit here.
100.
It's like a seesaw, this match, isn't it? Just, you think someone's
60.
outweighed the other one, and then they jump.
Yeah, the pendulum swinging one way, then the next. And it's good. It's been a good response
140.
from Schlichting.
58. David, you require 105. Game shot on the sixth
Fabulous
flag.
finish
David
from the
Schlichting.
Turtle. The 105 goes, and we are level at 3 apiece. And I think this one deserved a deciding leg. Not
Seventh
been
and
much between
final
them.
leg. It's Jarno to throw first. Game on.
Absolutely. Really fine game of darts that
60.
has been played in patches, but will be defined by 6 more darts. And that's a
140.
perfect way to start with a 3. These last leg shootouts all come down to just an exchange
100.
of 6. And what an opening 6 this is.
127.
The slip to the 7 just poses the fact he's going to need a treble with the
89.
opening dart, or he may be chasing around to try and utilise the ball.
And he's pulled that first dart a long way low.
64.
The release was late. You could see it there at the angle it's entered.
134.
Brilliant.
David, you
fight
require
here from
170.
Jarno. Cracking match. Would have been a fine way to end it and full stop it with a 170 finish, but
98.
leaves it handy.
Jarno, you require
Just some
118.
singles to leave the double. If he comes back.
78.
He will come back. One match
David,
dart
you
has
require
come,
72.
and it has gone from Jarno Bottenberg. Missed opportunity.
Takes his time. Another for tops.
32.
Another one has come and gone. They've both
Jano,
missed
you
a match
require
start.
40.
Jano Bottenberg taking his time, composing himself. This is a huge moment for both of these. Tens.
Game
Finds
shot.
it.
And the match, Jano
And
Bottenberg.
Jano Bottenberg seals victory 4-3. Not a lot in it. Both of them played some fabulous stuff. Both missed a match start, and you can see there what it means to both of them. But it is the Dutchman who walks off with the points. And there we see it, just edging the 140 column, and 44% on his doubles, bagging the points. Coming up after the break, we see Steve Brown against Tom Lonsdale.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where we went all the way to a deciding leg between Jano Bottenberg and David Schlichting, and it was Bottenberg that held his nerve, winning by 4 legs to 3. Next up for us, it is the battle between Steve Brown and Tom Lonsdale. And watching this one in the commentary box, it is Matthew Edgar and Phil Bars.
Welcome back, everyone, as the action continues here on this Tuesday afternoon on the MODUS Super Series YouTube channel. Steve Brown takes on Tom Lonsdale. The race for the Group A crown is still wide open, with Reece Robinson and Lee Cox tied on 12 points at the top of the table. But with time running out,
Steve,
not just for this Saturday, but Champions Week as well. If you want to join us, then you can get your tickets at dartshop.tv, and of course, scanning that QR code
42.
will take you directly there. Tickets available for this week, next week, and Champions Week. But I'm reliably informed that Champions Week tickets are already going like hotcakes. So you don't want to miss out. They are complimentary. Just a small booking fee will secure your spot here at the MODUS Live Lounge.
$59.
And tomorrow, around this time, we'll be getting very, very close to knowing our first player who you'll see this Saturday. Tomorrow, at the close of play, we'll be crowning one player a route through to Saturday night.
95.
go directly to like the Monopoly game, isn't it?
134.
The rest of the players will be divvied up into Group B and Group C.
100.
We've got some regulars returning to the Super Series to be taking part in Group B and C. I'll let you know who they are in the next leg.
60.
Because
Tom,
Tom
you
Lonsdale
require
is 110
110
points away here from picking up the opening leg.
Treble 18 leaves double 18.
92.
And can't convert.
Steve, you
So
require 120.
Steve Brown looking at Shanghai, but can't take it out. So Lonsdale will return for double 9 and a breaker
40.
throw.
Tom, you require 18.
He's splitting 10 for double 4.
Game shot on the first leg.
And
Tom
seals the
Lonsdale.
deal. Tom Lonsdale breaks Steve Brown in the opening leg. And again, showed a level of maturity there.
Second leg, it's Tom to throw first. Game on.
It's important that Tom picks up this victory here to keep himself in an opportunity to get into Group B.
125.
Group C this week looks extremely
95.
interesting. We have joining us on Thursday and Friday James Richardson, Andy Hamilton, Scott Taylor,
75.
David Davies, Kevin Edwards and Matty Dennant. Anyone you're really looking forward to seeing in that lineup?
60.
A couple. Andy Hamilton in Group C. I thought last time he was here, he played some really, really good stuff. And of course, just accepted his invite to the
137.
Seniors World Championship. So I'm looking forward to seeing the hammer back. And I'm looking forward to seeing Dave Davis as well. That
85.
every time
Tom, you require
he's
164.
he's improved. And last time out, he was disappointed with himself. But there's a lot to like about
69.
Dave Davis. And he went away from last time he was here and played in, I think it was one of the vaults up in North Wales, and put in
58.
some fabulous
Tom, you require
performances.
95.
So I'm looking forward to see Dave back.
Double 8 for a double lead.
79.
He'll be quite happy he missed that there because he didn't have the way to the dart right. That would have been in double 16 had he have got the line right. Would have moved him back to the 95.
82.
So
Tom, you require
a handy
16.
miss there for Tom Lonsdale.
Eight scores.
But he won't be happy with that miss.
Steve, you require
He had a good marker as well,
121.
and he's over-adjusted. Will he pay the price? Treble 17 leaves the ball. Bullseye for Brown.
91.
He had the line right.
Tom,
just a
you
little bit too
require
much on it.
8. Game shot on the second leg. Tom Lonsdale.
But Tom Lonsdale finds the goods, holds throw, 2-0 up. And we get a little fist pump from
Third
him
leg, it's Steve to throw
as
first.
well. Win here for him.
Game on.
And he would join Bottenberg on 10 points.
$45.
Something that I like to ask whoever's in the seat
85.
opposite me. How many points do you think is going to win you Group A?
Oh, that's a tricky
100.
one this week, and I think 22.
180. $44.
Yeah, 22 there or thereabouts. 22, 24 somewhere. Normally gets you over the line unless it's an exceptional
140.
week.
Yeah, I think 22 is probably the mark. But who is it going to be? That's going to be the question. I think we're probably going to get a
45.
good indication into
Tommy
who it
require
might be
96.
in our next game. Reece Robinson, Lee Cox. Huge clash in terms of the Group A table coming up in our next match.
56. 68. Tom, you require 40. Game shot on the third
It's
leg.
3-0.
Tom
It's a double
Lonsdale.
breaker throw. Tom Lonsdale averaging 90. Has Steve Brown exactly
Fourth
where
leg,
he
it's
wants
Tom
him.
to throw first. Game on.
Again, Lonsdale back to that
95.
90 mark. We obviously had the magnificent 113 and then a little bit of a dip, but he's back to a good level again here, Matt.
Yeah, it's sort of
83.
just leveling out. Imagine a roller coaster when it goes up to the top of the hill. It has that big drop, and then after that, it sort of levels out,
96.
and you enjoy the ride. And that's sort of where I feel Tom's going to now. He's had that big drop off after the 113, and he's now just going to enjoy the game.
100.
He's certainly got his own little highlights to take back with him. I've already seen that match has already gone out on the MODUS Super Series
95.
YouTube channel. He'll be watching that back in full, I'm sure, as soon as he gets back to his digs.
Yeah, I'm sure he'll be sharing that amongst his mates.
60.
Be like, look, I did this today.
$70.
Brown needs another treble. Finds one.
123. Tom, you require 145. $75. Steve, you require
Leaves
135.
70. Even if he hits the treble, that dart was awkward to navigate round.
46. Tom, you require 70.
One dart at double 16 for the match.
38. Steve,
I
you
can't
require
take it.
89.
Steve, a chance to save the match, same target.
Game
and
shot on the
hits
fourth
it.
leg. Steve Brown.
Steve Brown just has these flashes and these moments where he just steps up and almost looks effortless for him at times. 150 finish earlier on
Fifth
as
leg,
well,
it's
but
Steve to throw first.
there's just far too
Game
often
on.
where it feels like effort. It feels lethargic.
120.
You saw that one there clip the flight on the way through and the dart just lost all power going to the board. It's that horrible thud
45.
noise, isn't it?
$81.
All of a sudden, Steve Brown is starting to play with a bit of freedom. By freedom, I mean he's extending, he's throwing out
44.
towards the board.
I just worry, though, that he's playing with freedom now, but if it gets close again, will he tense up again?
140.
It might be a question we're going to get the answer to very, very soon because he's got
81.
plenty of distance in this
Steve, you
leg,
require
plenty of time and
160.
space.
100. $42. Steve, you require 60.
Tops to get within one. He thought it was in. He was walking.
40.
Got a bit fortunate there.
Yeah, again, didn't get the weight of the dart right, but will be happy that he threw wide.
81.
He's got
Steve, you
plenty of
require
time, though.
20.
6 darts if he needs them. Now, this might be where he chooses to split or bust.
Game shot on
Or
the
he might
fifth
just go
leg.
straight
Steve
for it
Brown.
and get the leg on the board.
I think he was contemplating all options there, the way he stopped and looked at the scoreboard.
Sixth leg, it's Tom to throw
But in
first.
the end decided,
Game
I'm
on.
just going to go for it.
Brilliant.
180.
3-0 up, cruising. Steve Brown starts pulling it back.
140.
You've got one more chance with the advantage of throw and you kick off with a max.
100.
2-2-1 after 6.
140.
2-2-1 after 6.
Mirroring each other.
81. 60. Tom, you require 140.
In this pitch situation, 100 would be more than acceptable. Stay away from that treble.
100.
Perfect darts there from Tom.
Steve,
Leaves
you
a double
require
after 12.
161.
Steve Brown.
What an incredible second dart that was, Matt, to find the treble from an impossible
22.
angle. And now he's
Tom,
looking
you
at
require
tops.
40. Game shot. And the
Only
match,
needs the one,
Tom
and it is
Lonsdale.
Tom Lonsdale who seals a 4-2 victory over Steve Brown. That ton did all the damage. Blocker first start, found a way around it. The perfect setup for Lonsdale as he bags the points and moves on to 8 points and is still in the hunt here. But coming up after the break, hold on, it is the battle at the top of Group A. The leaders go head to head. Reece Robinson against Lee Cox.
Well, Tom Lonsdale continues to pull in the haymaker blows as he gets the better of Steve Brown 4-2 before the break. From Lonsdale to Sugar Reece Robinson. There he is on the stage. He takes on Crafty Coxey, Lee Cox. This is the final game of our fourth round of fixtures, and this is a big one at the top of the table. It's all jovial now, but it's going to be all business in a couple of seconds' time. Let's hand over to Matt and Phil.
Welcome back, everyone. Strap yourselves in. This could be one of the defining games in Group A. The league leaders go head-to-head, locked on 12 points. Reece Robinson coming into this one off the back of 2 defeats, Matt. Is Lee Cox favourite?
On short-term form, you'd have to say yes. But in these sort of games, that short-term form goes out the window. And it's all about what's in front of us. Both players will be very, very aware of the situation. Reece Robinson will know a victory here will give him that gap back at the top of the table.
First leg, it's Reece to throw first. Game on.
Lee Cox is able to beat Reece Robinson in this match. Reece Robinson is likely to be leaving here today not top of the
140.
table, which is something I don't think any of us predicted at the start of the day.
No, it was in a dominant position, Robinson, but could all go
140.
south from here.
$180.
Well, it's a fine start from Reece Robinson. 180 following the 140. That's how you hold
100.
on to your throw.
Welcome back, Reece Robinson.
But there does seem to be a different ambience, a different vibe
58.
about this game, and I think that's because he's been brought back to the pack.
Yeah, it's one of those ones that you can dominate a stage by your presence when
40.
you're
Reece, you
miles in
require
front of the table.
123.
But when it gets a little bit close, it's back to business.
83.
So Cox 2-2-1. All he can do is try and press the shot
100.
down to a
Reece,
finish.
you require 40.
But Robinson looking at tops for 1-0. That looks a perfect guide. How's he found the gap? It's almost impossible. Look at it hanging on.
No score.
Remarkable.
Lee, you require 121.
You could have got all those in a very famous mint. But this would be the first big blow of this match.
83. Reece, you require 40.
Wasn't happy with the throw there of Lee Cox. Reece Robinson, who's missed 3 darts already.
Game shot on the first leg.
Finds it
Reece
with the last
Robinson.
dart. That's a big dart. That was clutch, Robbo.
Yeah, it could, because
Second leg, it's Lee to throw
having
first.
missed 5 in a row
Game
at
on.
tops, the pressure on that last one was immense, and he was up to it and needed to be as well.
140.
You just feel that this match is either going to be separated by a moment of magic or a mistake.
100.
Which one do you think it's going to be, Matt?
Well, we nearly saw both. We nearly saw the mistake of Reece Robinson after missing 3 darts and the magic of Lee Cox having a dart at the ball.
60.
I'm with you here. I think this is a game that could go the distance.
95.
Big last dart there from Reece Robinson. Keeps him in touch.
60.
2 trebleless visits in a row for Lee Cox. In a game of this magnitude, that can be classed as a mistake, Matt.
125.
Risky. He's not reeling it back just yet, Reece Robinson. He's still playing the risky shots.
140. 134.
Superb cover shooting from Reece
Lee, you
Robinson.
require 101.
Pressure on the Cox throw. Treble 19 would have left double 12.
69. Reece, you require 47.
So 47 for an early breaker throw. Double 18. Surely he uses the guide.
Game shot on
and
the second
does.
leg. Reece Robinson.
We see the fist pump there. We know what it means to him, Matt.
Yeah, he's backed himself into a corner here, but
Third
he
leg,
has
it's
come
Reece
out
to throw
swinging.
first.
It's not
Game
that Lee
on.
Cox has dropped the performance. He's averaging 93. He's just not got the timing right like Reece Robinson is doing here. He's just timing the big shots. All at times that are just hurting Lee Cox.
$100.
All of a sudden, we're seeing vintage Robinson again.
$22.
He had the 180 followed by the 26 earlier. No, the 180 followed by the 22.
100.
You'll catch this anywhere on your local leagues.
Any good dog and duck against the red lion?
44.
Coming next week, the dog and duck versus the green man.
$95.
Got a question for you. What is your favourite pub name?
I can't think of one.
180.
It's another max for Robinson.
$95. Rishi requires 75.
And 2 at double 12 for 3-0.
51.
Is that a lifeline
Lee
for Lee
require
Cox? But you got the
111.
feeling this 111 has to go. Treble 17 leaves tops. Tops for Cox.
91.
He's come short again.
Rishi require 24.
A mini opportunity comes and goes.
Game
And
shot
it
on the
won't
third
come
leg.
back
Reece
round
Robinson.
again. Hold the throw there from Reece Robinson. And Lee Cox is not doing much wrong.
Fourth leg, it's Lee to
An
throw
average of
first.
nearly 95. Only
Game
got
on.
2 darts at the double. This is just polished and well timed from Reece Robinson. Then this will be frustrating for Lee Cox, who
45.
played himself into a position and was so close to chasing down Reece Robinson that to come off here and be back in that position where the legs would be strongly in the favour of
70.
Reece Robinson once again, because every leg that Lee Cox is losing, Reece Robinson's getting 1. So it's like double points.
Absolutely.
59.
So have you thought of your pub name yet?
$93.
No. Nope, can't get one. You've clearly got one, which is why you're asking.
99.
I wouldn't say I've got a favourite. I find the Goose and Labrador funny. But no, it's just, obviously we all started playing in local leagues and things like that, and
100.
must have been to a few.
Yeah, I can't think of any standout ones.
85.
Actually, I think I do like the Fox.
56.
What did he say?
Well, that'll be telling.
$140.
Big last start there for Lee Cox, squeezing that in the bottom right-hand corner. But this is what I mean about the timing of Reece Robinson. He just seems to be hitting the right things at the
180.
Yes,
He
Matt, you
requires
did see
73.
right. Reece Robinson has just banged in a maximum to leave double 1. Will it matter? Yes,
33.
it will. You did it,
Reece,
Reece.
you
You
require
get yourself
2.
out of this mess.
No score.
The Maverick that is Reece
Lee, you
Robinson.
require 40.
I was just saying he's hitting the right things at the right time because it's a 180 to leave double 1. Stuns me.
It was the look on your face that was the best bit.
Game shot on the fourth leg. Lee Cox.
And it is a leg on the board for Lee Cox. And a little smirk there from Reece Robinson.
Fifth leg, it's Reece to throw first. Game on.
I just don't know. There's times where things happen and you just think, why?
125.
Why has that just happened? That is one. I mean, it's a 4th maximum of the game, which is impressive in itself, considering we've only had 4 legs. And it does move his tally to 15.
58.
Yeah, one of those moments.
140. $60.
Has been a special day for 180s today.
It has, and people on the exchange thought they were going to be 180s today as well.
And they're not
60.
doing too bad. The last leg of that builder actually comes up in our next match. Tom Lonsdale against Jarno Bottenberg. It has been a day littered with maximums.
58.
Tom Lonsdale being one of the biggest 180 hitters today.
100.
9 maximums so far. Reece
140.
Robertson, 76 points
Reece
away
requires 76.
from firmly establishing himself back at the top of the table. Be a dart at tops.
56.
He will need to come back. Lee Cox, way back on 185, can only set it up, hit and hope. Looks like he's going to do the first part. He's going to do the
140.
hit. Now it's time for the hope.
Reece require 20.
Double 10 for Robinson.
Game shot.
Only
Undermatch.
needs the one dart.
Reece
We get the
Robinson.
fist pump. Huge moment in the Group A race for the title. The overnight leader has gone back to the summit, 2 points clear of Cox with that victory. And is that the twist in the tail that goes his way? There's the numbers, 89, 39 for Robinson. 4 maximums, including that bizarre one to leave double one. But as we enter our last round of fixtures after the break, we're going to see Tom Lonsdale against Jarno Bottenberg.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where we are down 4 of our 5 rounds for the day. And Reece Robinson, before the break, got the better of Lee Cox by 4 legs to 1. Decent enough performance there, including a 180 to leave double one. Okay, right, before that, Tom Lonsdale got the better of Steve Brown 4-2, and Jarno Bottenberg got the better of David Schlichting by 4 legs to 3 in the opening game of that 4th round. Right, we're about to get our 5th round of fixtures for the day underway, but before we do that, if you have just joined us here this lunchtime, let's tell you what the table is doing, because Reece Robinson, top of the pile, 14 points to his name. Lee Cox on 12, Jarno Bottenborg on 10. They're really establishing, aren't they, a three-way pact at the top of the table. Schlichting, Lonsdale both on 8, Brown on 2 points. Right, hoping not to trip up in the next game is Tom Lonsdale and Jarno Bottenborg. 3 games to go on this Tuesday here at the Super Series. And in the commentary box, it's Matthew Edgar and Phil Bars.
Thank you very much, Henry, as we enter the final round of fixtures here on this Tuesday afternoon. And this is the one for the bet builder today, Matt, as well.
Yeah, a couple of 180s needed for that one to land, and it's been littered with 180s today, so we do expect to see a few more 180s in our last lap of fixtures. Tom Lonsdale's been one of the biggest 180 hitters
first. Game on.
that we've had today. Is it 9 maximums? Taking his total to 11. Only hit the 2 yesterday, so big improvement there in terms of the maximum visits. Jarno only hit 3. Make that 4.
180.
Not wasting any time, is he, today?
96.
And that makes it very interesting for anyone who does follow that exchange market. Hold on.
140.
Nearly landed after the first 6 starts. Great start here from Jarno Bottenborg. He
42.
was inspired in his last game yesterday as well. The last fixture, fixture number 5, was his best performance of the day. He averaged 96.
123.
In the ending fixture, and well, when he started here, he's going to be around about the same, if not better.
96.
Yeah, he certainly looks in the
Jarno,
groove.
you require 58.
18 and tops for the opener. Last start at 10s
Game
and
shot on the
finds
first
it.
leg. Jarno
And the finger
Bottenborg.
point is out as well. It's a breaker throw.
Second leg, it's Jarno to throw first. Game on. 59.
If Bottenborg is to win this fixture, we will have a clear separation in the table where
134.
we might pretty much know the destiny of players very early tomorrow.
Yeah, I'm looking at the table
60.
the same as you are, Matt, and it could be that way unless Schlichting
83.
can beat Robinson, and that keeps the separation to a minimal.
45.
But if Bottenborg wins, he's going to pay the price. No.
95. Jarno, you require 40.
This time, tops for 2-0. Double 10 got him out of jail last leg, but not this time.
Game shot
It's
on the
double
second
5
leg.
to his
Jarno
rescue.
Bottenborg.
And Jarno Bottenborg races into a 2-0 lead here over Tom Lonsdale, and looking set to join Lee Cox on 12 points in Group A.
Third leg, it's Tom to throw first. Game on. 61. 91. 95.
Slid the wrong side of the wire there.
60.
Lonsdale needs to find some of that fighting spirit he shown earlier on when he landed
140.
the performance of the week so far. A performance of the week that might not be topped, 113.43.
140.
A little bit rushed with that last start there from Jarno.
165.
But a fantastic setup shot there from Tom Lonsdale. Leaves himself top after 12. Another sort of maximum
81.
visit. The
Tom, you require
165.
40.
3 big trebles that he required.
Yeah, he's sprung into life.
Game shot on the
and
third
has a leg on the
Tom
board.
Lonsdale.
We've seen this from Tom, that he seems out of the game, and all of a sudden, something, he just ignites that fire and he's
Fourth
off.
leg, it's Jarno to throw first. Game on. $60. 100.
Moz Bottenberg got in the tank here, raced into a 2-0 lead,
57.
but just seems to be going off the boil here at the moment.
180. $90.
Lonsdale looking set to
140.
level this one up at 2-all.
$60. Tom, you require 81.
Was Jarno just struggling a little bit here?
Game shot on the fourth leg. Tom Lonsdale.
Well, I think I'd be struggling if my opponent started doing this. That's an 11 darter to back up the 14 darter there from Lonsdale.
Fifth leg,
This
it's
is
Tom to
quality.
throw first.
He is
Game
turning
on.
this around very, very quickly. The average going up to the 100 mark again. He just seems to be able to explode
28.
into life for short bursts.
Yeah, the ceiling is definitely high in Lonsdale, that's for sure.
140.
We may not see it consistently, but there is a high ceiling involved to his game.
43. 57. 59. 60.
Well, he's done all the hard work to get himself
99.
back into position here, Tom Lonsdale, and might end up getting back behind again.
96. 96.
Big last starts.
Jarno, you require
But
148.
Jarno Bottenberg has 6 darts for 148. So he may only need 3.
140.
Fine setup from Jarno. Fine reaction. I questioned if maybe a bit
58.
of panic was setting in when Tom
Jarno, you
Lonsdale was
require
racing back
8.
at him. This is how you swat away that challenge.
Game shot on the fifth leg. Jarno
Oh,
Bottenberg.
look at him. I love that.
Oh, absolutely.
Sixth leg, it's
Big
Jarno
fan
to
of
throw
expressions.
first. Game on.
Want to see what it means to the player.
59.
We all know that you got a warning at Ali Pally for your celebrations.
100.
Yeah. It was interesting, wasn't it?
I loved every minute of it.
58.
I still stand by the fact that if I could have won that set, I think I'd have won the game.
I agree.
46.
I think there was a break after that one, and I think I'd have stayed on and got it going.
100.
Mind you, I did like your Edgar Mania shirt at the
58.
Worlds as well.
You're going to love it when I play in the next. So I had shirts designed ready ahead because I thought I was
58.
going to be in plenty more World Championships, and there was all going to be around old wrestling themed shirts, and I've got 5 designed ready
60.
Huge fan of that.
for the next one because I need one for every round. You see.
180.
There it is. Jarno's second maximum To confirm today's bet builder,
96.
11 to 1 lands.
Jano, you require 46. Game shot and the
What
match.
also lands
Jano Bottenberg
is Jarno Bottenberg seals the points 4-2 victory over Tom Lonsdale. A highly entertaining game from both of these. Swung one way, then the next. Bottenberg went 2-0 up. Lonsdale pinned him back, but it ultimately was Jarno Bottenberg who takes the points, 50% on his doubles, doing the damage. Coming up in our penultimate match of the day is David Schlichting against Reese Robinson.
This is the MODUS Super Series. $182.
Joe Taylor, Garrett Tilly, and board 2, Craig Nixon, Robin Young.
Very warm welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where we are joined up here on the balcony by Jarno Bottenberg. Jarno, many congratulations. Good day today, good couple of days here at the Super Series. It feels like you've really settled into this environment here at the Live Lounge.
Yeah, I like to play on the stage, and I'm happy that it's going pretty well.
Did you expect to settle in that quickly?
Yeah, I know my form wasn't that good, but I'm happy that I'm playing well so far, and hopefully it will get further in the next week.
So considering that you're saying the form isn't quite as to how you'd maybe like it expected, you must be more than pleased with the opening efforts then?
Yeah, I am. In the practice room, it's not all time going well, but on the stage, the darts are going well, so that's why I'm happy.
And do you feel like as the week's going to progress, as the week goes on, we're going to see the best versions of you, better versions of you, and you're just going to be one of those players that we see quite often here at the Super Series that gets better as the days go along?
Hopefully, I think so. So that's where I'm here.
Well, let's talk a little bit about yourself, Jarno, because you're going to be playing at Lakeside later on this year at the WDF World Championships. You qualified for that last year, and it's a really exciting few months ahead for you, isn't it?
Yeah, I'm really looking forward, and I see to play here on the MODUS Super Series stage as a good practice for the Lakeside, because I don't have to play a lot on the stage. So I see this as a good practice, and hopefully I will get my form to the league side as well.
And in terms of this week, have you set any goals and expectations?
Yeah, at the beginning of the week, I was happy with 2-3 wins a day, but I didn't expect that I played this well. So yeah, hopefully if I get this form further this week, then probably playing on a Saturday night, and there we will see how it goes.
And then you'll be in front of a nice little crowd, and maybe join that crowd of players and from ADC European Champions Week potentially.
Yeah, hopefully.
I love that little bit of confidence. Jana, thank you for popping up to the balcony. Much appreciated. We'll let you go. We've got a couple more games to go on our second day's worth of action here. Begins with David Schlichting in action against Reese Robinson. Let's hand down to Matt and Phil.
Thank you very much, Henry. Our penultimate game here on Tuesday afternoon. Reese Robinson could potentially move 4 points clear, even if it is only for 10 minutes or so. But again, what we've seen, that Reese, the overwhelming favourite here.
Yeah, on the evidence of play, he had that little bit of a wobble, game 2 and 3 today,
First
but
leg,
really
it's
put
David
that
to
to
throw
bed.
first. Game on.
Strong victory, strong showing against Lee Cox, 4-1 victory, which re-established himself as the man at the top of the table. But David Schlichting,
100.
defeat here would really cause problems in regards to his hopes of even a qualification for Group B, because it would leave him 4 points behind that third
100.
position, and we could be getting a complete split in the table here if Reese Robinson is to pick up the points.
Yeah, I agree.
120.
Well, that was in.
Yes.
But, unlike with soft tip darts, it needs to be retrieved.
Are you a fan of soft tip action
60.
or not?
No, I've gave it a go, but I didn't really enjoy it as much.
I'm with you.
57.
We had a machine in our local club. A couple of the boys were involved in it, and I got dragged in to play once because they were short, and not for me.
85.
Feels a bit computer gamey.
Yeah, I just don't know. It's just not the same.
43. $115.
Could do with another.
96.
Can't find one.
Reese, you require 141.
So an early break opportunity. 141 isn't going to go, but he can leave it very handy.
101.
I like that.
David, you require 85.
Oh, and that moves him from a finish to a non-finish. The loss of the weight of dart very fractionally has just cost him an opportunity, and he's
80.
not got himself out of the hole either.
Reese, you require 40. Game shot on the first leg.
No
Reese
bother
Robinson.
from Reese Robinson, who will be hoping Steve Brown could do him a favour in our last game, because
Second
if Steve
leg,
Brown
it's
was to
Reese
beat
to
Lee
throw
Cox,
first.
he could end the day.
Game on.
4 points clear once again, which after lap number 3 didn't look that probable.
No, and I think Lee Cox has to win
57.
the last game of the day, because 2 points is still manageable. You can still retrieve that.
Well, he can take that just by beating Reese.
Exactly that.
59.
That appears to be a sizable task at times.
100.
He's given himself a lot of monikers, but I think the one that sums him up so far is Mr. Consistency.
140.
So far in this Group A campaign, I absolutely agree. Yes, he had a little wobble and a few moments of
41.
madness, but overall, he has been the best player so far.
57. 98. 83.
It's been a good response here, though, from Schlichting until that moment where he does some ferret counting.
165.
Absolutely punished to the highest degree.
$78.
Tops again.
Reese, you require
for
40.
Robbo. Lovely marker.
Game shot on the
Had to
second
be.
leg. Reese
I
Robinson.
think the second one even helped it even further.
Yeah, the way the first angles were, just anything in that vicinity, it was going to
Third
bump
leg,
it
it's
in.
David to throw first.
Little bit of an equipment change going on.
Game on.
New flight being attached.
Very quickly done as well, wasn't it? That was very Formula One-esque.
I was going to say, that was like a Red Bull
57.
pit stop.
I don't watch a lot of Formula One, but I was round a friend's house before coming down here and he had the Formula One on.
58.
And it's incredible how quick they change the tyres. And then he goes and drives at a couple 100 miles an hour. I'm like, I won't be driving that quick after that sort of tyre change. I'd want it to be checked first.
99. $60. 59.
No trouble for the turtle. Just opens the door again for Robinson in this leg if he can find a couple of trebles.
57.
He can't, so no damage done there.
$99.
Big last start there, Matt. Keeps his hopes in this leg alive. Doesn't want to invite pressure from Reese Robinson.
59.
You almost get that sense of detachment from Reese when he gets into a position like this in the leg. It's almost as if he feels it's gone.
99.
Sort of throws a bit more, less focused, shall we say. A smile on his face as he hits the treble with the opener.
140.
I mean, James Wade-esque.
David, you require 88.
Yeah, don't want to waste 180s, as James Wade would put it, but that's a wayward dart. He's not going to get a shot, so it's the hinks
64.
for Reese.
Reese,
for
you
a
require
double breaker throw.
127. $102. David, you require 24. Game shot on the third leg. David Schlichting.
Schlichting keeps his hopes alive. The pressure was applied. Robinson missed the dart at the ball for 127
Fourth
in
leg,
game,
it's
and he's
Reese to
still
throw
not happy
first.
there, shaking his head.
Game on.
The performance has dropped of Reese Robinson. That is clear to see in terms of the statistics. That'll be what he's not happy with.
140.
A lot of the time, you don't mind the defeat or losing a leg, as long as you feel
59.
like you've played your part in it. And he was in a position there, he needed to clutch a 127. He won't be happy with being so far away.
180.
An eighth maximum of the day for Reese Robinson.
60.
16 in total. He's our heaviest hitter of 180s here in this Group A. Tom Lonsdale closest to him with 12.
54.
But one thing we know from Reese is he can treat us to a big finish as well. 5 of those so far, and 3 of them was for the match.
59. Reese, you require
He's going to get another go at the
127.
hinks. Needs the ball. Where's Maverick Robinson gone?
95.
He goes for a Bull. I'm lost. I can't fathom this out.
44.
He goes for
Reach
a bull when he's
required,
only got 1
32.
dart and his opponent's on a finish. He went for a bull when he had 2 darts and his opponent was on a finish, the 107.
28.
Yeah, he turned one down at the end of a combination.
When his opponent was back in 300s. Reece Robinson needs to come with an instruction manual.
60. Reach you require 4. Game shot on the 4 flag. Reece Robinson.
You're still lost for words, aren't you?
I just don't understand. Certain players will play on feel.
Fifth
How
flag,
they
it's
feel in
David
the
to throw
moment is how
first.
their decision pattern
Game
will be
on.
made. I think that's what we're just seeing with Reece. I don't think he has a set plan. I think he just goes with what feels right at the time. Because I go back to earlier
99.
on, 107 with the opponent on 50, and he went treble 19, bull. Ended up not being able to have a dart or a shot with the last dart in hand.
96.
Answers on a postcard.
$100.
I would love to see a game between him and Scott Williams.
I wouldn't like to commentate on
134.
it because I don't know if I'd be able to tell the viewers what on earth was going on.
92. $58.
No treble for Robinson. So can't leave a finish.
58.
But the same for Schlichting. So Robinson is going to be on.
140.
It's going
David,
to be
you
on a
require
nice finish.
152.
73 for the match. If he gets a go, will get a go.
64.
So Robinson,
Reach you require 73.
20 and bull. Greedy. Didn't need to chase the treble there, and he knows that's a potential mistake.
33. David, you require
Match
88.
saving opportunity for David Schlichting. We know Reece Robinson loves the top of the board. So you feel this has to go. Again, a slip to the 5. Can't recover the situation. And Reece Robinson, who after 3 games today was looking in a bit of trouble at the top of the
64.
table. He could end the
Reach
day
you
on
require
16 points.
40.
Good marker. The over adjustment now to 10s.
Game shot.
And
on the
finds
match,
it. Reece Robinson
Robinson.
seals a 4-1 victory to move his tally to 16 points after 2 days in Group A. He leads by 4 points at the moment. That can be cut to 2 in our next game. But there's the stats. 85, 52, 30% on the outer ring for Reece Robinson. But we have 1 game to go today, and it will be Lee Cox against Steve Brown.
Welcome back to the Super Series clutch victory for Clutch Robbo as Reese Robinson got the better of David Schlichting by 4 legs to 1. That re-establishes his 4-point buffer at the top of the table. That can be cut to 2 overnight in our final game of the session. Yes, we have whizzed through them today as Lee Cox takes on Steve Brown. It's our final game of this Tuesday afternoon session as the man from London looks to make a march to the arch. Steve Brown looking to make his way up the table. Right, let's get into this one. Matt and Phil.
Here we go, everyone. The final game of this Tuesday afternoon. Week 11 Group A table. Lee Cox needs a victory here to cut that gap to Reese Robinson just to 2 points and keep his hopes alive. As Matt and I were discussing in the last game, 2 points is doable. 4 points is a mountain to climb.
First leg, it's Lee to throw first. Game on.
It's not even just that. It's also down to the fact that if Lee Cox is to lose this, the best he can be on is +5 in legs, which is 14 different from where Reese Robinson is. This is must win.
85.
If Steve Brown can pull off an upset, then you might as well
24.
give the Group A, I think, to Reese Robinson. However, can Steve Brown do that? He's only won 1 match so far. He's lost 8. He's won 16 legs. But he's on a -18 leg difference.
60.
The best we've managed to see so far from Steve Brown is an 83 average, 83.35 in defeat.
135.
His only win was with an 80.39, which is significantly
55.
lower than that we have seen of Lee Cox. The best average so far over 9 matches of Steve Brown
41.
is still lower than the running average yesterday for Lee Cox.
So has it all to do.
100. 140.
But we've seen moments from Brown today, just not consistently, can't hook it up for a complete game. There has been spells of brilliance.
100. Steve, you require 161.
The 161 isn't going to go, so Lee Cox will be back for 101.
99. Lee, you require 101.
It's going to be a double 16.
Game shot on the
Fabulous
first leg.
from
Lee Cox.
Rescued the situation importantly there, Matt, because the first dart was a slip, but composed himself.
Second leg, it's Steve to throw
to
first.
pin the 86.
Game on.
Superb stuff, and I like this version of Lee Cox when he's snarling it himself.
He knows what's required.
60.
He'll know the situation. He's played here many times before. He knows how the tables work. And he knows that this is a big
140.
match needed. If anything, he will probably go as far as saying this isn't just about winning, it's about how he wins. He could do with a
55.
4-0 or a 4-1 victory here.
Yeah, and it needs to be big just to cut that leg difference as well.
45.
One thing we know about Steve Brown, though, is he's going to give away nothing. He will fight until the very, very last dart, and has shown some really
60.
good signs throughout the day. My mind instantly goes back to that 150 checkout.
Yeah, and it goes back to the point we made that there's been signs the game is there.
180. 40. Lee, you require 136.
Can't finish now, but just, so would have loved the treble. Plonked one in the single 16 to leave tops, but he's still going to have a bit of work to do.
55. $58. Lee, you require 81.
Treble 19 for double 12.
41.
Time on his hands just to set that one up nicely. Chooses tops.
Going to ask your opinion on that first dart. in a minute. Let's see if he hits
100.
this first.
Lee, you require 40.
And he
Shot on the
does.
second leg.
Clean
Lee Cox.
from Lee Cox. Was that a dart for treble 7, or was it an over-pitched one for 19s?
Third leg, it's Lee to throw
Pass.
first. Game on.
I don't think he would go for treble 7 in that situation. I think it was just
120.
a misfire, so to speak.
Just thinking, because we all know he loves tops where treble 7, single 20 tops.
97.
Yeah, I don't think he would have looked to burn that extra dart. I think it was just maybe a misfired dart, but I've been trying to guess things all day and they've been going
100.
completely off the charts.
$135.
Again, the race for the Group A title will conclude tomorrow. The winner will instantly go to Saturday night's final, where
140.
you can join us here at the Modus Live Lounge in Portsmouth. Dartshop.tv is the destination that you need to secure your tickets.
59.
Or
Lee,
simply
you require
scan that QR code
141.
and it will take you there. Tickets are complimentary, just a small booking fee. And more importantly, Matt, 3 drinks for a tenner.
30.
12 quid for a night of the darts.
Yeah, that's probably some of the best value on the high street.
140. Lee, you require 111.
And also, I wonder if we can get some Halloween costumes in this weekend.
57. Steve, you require 70.
Just trying to think when actually Halloween is.
Game shot on the third leg. Steve Brown.
Steve Brown has one back, and it is a breaker throw. This one's not done yet.
Fourth leg, it's Steve to throw first.
Yeah, I think you might be pulling the
Game
trigger
on.
a bit soon on that one, like the Phil Bar's Christmas tree going up in a couple of weeks. We've got another week to go until Halloween.
30.
2 weeks for Halloween's fine.
And then you've got, what, your 8-week Christmas period.
Correct.
46.
I do believe Halloween actually falls on Champions Week.
108.
Steve Brown is fighting for his life here, and he's back in this game, Matt.
It's what we said. I'm not surprised, and it's everything I expected to see
100.
here, that Steve Brown will literally fight to the very, very end. He will not be giving up, and he's picking up the pace.
125.
It's as if he said, okay, just throw caution to the wind, just trust whatever technique is still
60.
available to him, and just throw.
$41. $60. Steve, you require 125.
Will he go ball first? Yeah, I said Willie because Lee Cox not on a finish. He didn't have to go that route.
73.
There's not really a better productive way of doing it, really, other than just starting on the 20s and hoping you hit the treble. But then you'll be throwing at the ball, hoping to hit the 25, not the ball.
140. Steve, you require
Lee Cox
52.
doing enough here to warn Steve Brown.
It's not really a
12.
marker, was it?
Lee, you require
No,
95.
good bit of dartboard between the double and the dart.
Game shot on the fourth leg.
Absolutely
Lee Cox.
exquisite from Lee Cox, and it's a leg that got away from Steve Brown. The share a smile there. Steve Brown bossed most of that leg.
Fifth
but
leg, it's Lee to throw first.
140 set it
Game
all up
on.
for Lee Cox, and now he's a leg away from cutting that gap to Reece Robinson at the top of the table. He has the darts here.
125.
And it's a 2 treble visit to start. What has Steve Brown got in the locker? Can he muster something here?
140.
It's not in. So can he find another? Yes, he can.
140.
Back-to-back 2 treble visits for Lee Cox on throw, making life very difficult for Steve Brown.
60.
236, just looking to set this up.
60.
Can't find it, so just leaves the door ajar for Steve Brown here to get back into this leg. But that's not going to happen either. So
60.
Lee Cox has 6 starts at 176.
41.
But that's not ideal. Can the bomber punish?
43.
No is the answer.
Lee require 135.
Usually would start on the bullseye, but doesn't need to because Steve Brown's not on a finish.
$119.
The setup is perfect. Match point, Lee Cox.
100. Lee requires 16.
888 for the points. Can he use that? Squeeze it in off the barrel.
No score.
No, and it's not there.
Steve, you require 98.
Look of amazement from Cox. He can't believe it didn't find the gap. Steve Brown, treble 19, would leave double 18, but that's not going to go.
66.
So Cox back to
Lee
see the job
requires
off.
16.
How much can he see? That looks blocked. Not a lot is the answer. Look at that.
No score.
No way through.
Steve, you require 32.
Steve Brown lives again.
Game shot on the 5th leg. Steve Brown.
6 missed match starts for Lee Cox. And Steve Brown steps in. Is there another twist in the
6th
tail?
leg. It's Steve to throw first. Game on.
Will they play on the mind of Lee Cox?
140.
He should be on his way back to the practice room, but he's not.
$100. $45.
That just allows Lee Cox back into the leg here.
140.
And he's punished. 140 puts him in front on the Steve Brown darts.
45.
2 trebleless visits for the bomber. And now the leg again is at the mercy of Lee Cox.
100.
Down to a finish on the Steve Brown darts. And you can see there the facial expression from Steve Brown says it all.
100. Lee require 161.
To win it in style. Not going to happen.
59.
102 when he comes back. How much pressure will this shot be under?
97. Lee require 102.
It's a dart, a double 18 to win it. And it's another
84.
match start.
Steve, you require 74.
That goes missing. Are we going all the way? He's going to get one more at double 8 to send us to a decider.
58.
And that one's clattered off the wire.
Lee require 18.
It's another 3 for Lee Cox. 1 for double 4.
10.
And he's missed again.
Steve, you require 16.
The pressure grows.
Game shot on the 6th
And
flag.
Steve Brown holds. He's dodged more match darts. We are going all the way in this one.
7th and final leg. It's Lee to throw first. Game on.
9 mismatched darts so far for Lee Cox.
59.
Is he going to pay the ultimate price?
140.
And all of a sudden, Steve Brown is
100.
favourite. This would be the ultimate upset. Brown was 3-1 down.
100.
This has to be a 2-treble visit. It's not going to be.
60.
Is this a defining moment in Group A on this Tuesday afternoon?
100.
Brown is down to a finish first. Needs another treble.
100.
Can't find one, so
Steve,
Brown
you
has
require
6 starts
161.
for 161 and the ultimate upset.
$47.
Not the best setup from Steve Brown. But Lee Cox has lost the range a little bit.
80. Steve, you require 114.
114 for the match. Now can't finish. Will Lee Cox get another
74.
go?
Lee, you require 102.
For the match. Of all places, he knows that's a darting disaster. Treble 1 leaves 99, no finish. Steve Brown will get match darts to complete the comeback.
19. Steve, you require 40.
Double 19. That didn't leave the hand properly. How much of it can he see?
2.
He misses, but Lee Cox,
you require 83.
the setup didn't work in the last one. But he's going to get another 2 match darts. Is this the time? One more in hand. Has to move across.
Game shot.
And this
the
time,
match.
finally, Lee Cox is over the line. He was 3-1 up. Missed multiple match starts. Got pinned back to 3-all. Steve Brown then missed match starts in turn, but Lee Cox falls over the line in our final game of the session, keeping his hopes alive of winning Group A, cutting the gap to 2 points to Reece Robinson at the top. But we're going to look back at the session now with Matt and Henry.
Well, for a moment there, we thought it was going to be a case of mind the gap there from Lee Cox. Hello, everybody. It was a case of mind the gap for Lee Cox, but he closes the gap on Reece Robinson. Matt Edgar is alongside me up here on the balcony to assess everything we've seen today. Let's begin by having a look at the results from this afternoon's session. Here they are. Lee Cox beating Steve Brown 4-3 in that last game. Reece Robinson beating David Schlichting 4-1. And Johanna Bottenboll beating Tom Lonsdale 4-2 in the final round of fixtures. But let's dissect the day as a whole, because there was moments where Reece Robinson was left vulnerable after a couple of defeats, but has still maintained that advantage at the top.
Very nearly had a big advantage as well. That last game was vital. That last game has set us up for tomorrow to be a really good day, because Lee Cox, at one point, I thought he was going to throw it away. He kept missing match start after match start. Steve Brown in that last leg raced down to the double, wasn't able to convert. Lee Cox finally got over the line. That opens the door for tomorrow. That opens us up for a really good day of darts, and it really draws the attention to that head-to-head between Lee Cox and Reece Robinson, because it's only 2 points now. And if Lee Cox is able to beat Reece Robinson, he hasn't been able to do it so far. But if he can do it on Wednesday, the most important day, it then becomes a battle of legs between the two, or down to other results against the rest of the field.
And the important thing about that game, Steve Robinson and Cox, is that they were both level on points at the time. Beating Lee was massive towards him re-establishing that advantage.
And the way he did it. That was the thing that stood out for me. It wasn't just the fact that he beat Lee Cox. He did it in style. He did it comfortably. He did it without much resistance from Lee Cox. Lee Cox plays his part in so far in a really good story, but when it came down to that sort of head-to-head moment, it was all about one man. Reece Robinson dominated that game as he did on day one.
So he's been the performer of the week, but the performance of the day, no doubt, goes to Tom Lonsdale. 113 average. That was against Reece Robinson. And what else can we say? Because this was part of a real purple patch for him.
It was. He had the 2-12 darters in the game before just to seal off that stage, and it was a really good moment. It's nice to see from a debutant come and do those sort of things. We saw Cam Crabtree do it on his debut when he first came here to the Super Series. So it's nice when they've had a bit of time to settle in. They don't have that sort of adrenaline moment, and to be able to pull out that level of performance when the results hadn't been going his way. It wasn't like he was building towards something. Yes, he ended the game with David Schlichting quite strong with back-to-back 12s, but it sort of came as a bit of a burst, as a bit of a purple patch, and then off the back of that we saw a bit more consistency. I'm really interested to see how he gets on tomorrow, because we always say with debutants they will grow into the experience. How much more can he grow?
Is he the type of player that, regardless of what happens this week, whatever the end result is, he's the type of player we've seen with the likes of David Davis in the past? Maybe we bring him back here another time, regardless of the outcome, regardless of the result, and see how he develops over a course of time.
Well, that's his goal. I spoke to him on Monday when I first got here because he's a new name to me. He's someone I've not seen before. And you can look at numbers and stats and data all you want, but you'd never get like the full flavour of it until you sit and chat to the player. And he spoke very well about what he wants to do. He wants to come back here. This is a goal. So for him to have hit that 113 average, it's already a statement piece to say, bring me back. So he's already made a claim for a return visit here, but there's plenty more darts to be thrown before we even think of another week.
Lots of darts to be thrown in anger, that is for sure. As far as Steve Brown is concerned, he's bottom of the pile. He's had moments, hasn't he? But we saw an improvement today. Is that because he's getting more match rates, more match sharp, because he probably hasn't played much elsewhere?
He hasn't played much elsewhere. He spends most of his time worrying about other people playing darts rather than himself playing darts these days. But when he does play darts, we know what he's capable of. Multiple-time tour card holder, played in all the big major events in the world of darts. We know what Steve Brown is capable of, and I didn't think we'd see it in Group A. I didn't think anything for Steve Brown in Group A. I thought he'd finish as bottom. It doesn't really tell us anything we don't already know. I think for Steve Brown, it comes Thursday and Friday.
Now, we've got to give some praise to you guys at home or wherever you're tuning in from today, because you correctly picked today's bet builder. Remember, these are amalgamations of bets that make it through the exchanges. There we are, all in green, 11 to 1. I've actually got a little bit of an issue with that particular graphic, because Chris Mason spends all of his time up here slamming the bet builder. There should have been a crop of him in some Spider-Man pajamas.
Well, I fancied it all day, you see. I thought it was a good chance today, you know, with the 180s. I think we've got a group here that's littering this field with 180s. You're not going to let me get away with this, are you?
No. I mean, I won't literally put egg on your face, but I mean, a man that likes to admit, so that's fair enough. Right, let's have a quick look at the table before we go on this Tuesday afternoon, because Reece Robinson leads the pile. 2 points is the advantage between him and Lee Cox. Jono Bottenborg still in contention on 12. Tom Lonsdale, David Schlichting on 8. Steve Brown down there on 2 points. So one more day of qualification to go here in Group A. Reece Robinson with a slender advantage. Can you see anyone popping him to the post?
If there is, it's going to be Lee Cox. Jarno's going to have to be perfect and probably have to beat both of them to play himself into contention. He's capable of doing so on the basis of what we've seen so far, but I think a Group B campaign would probably be a successful Group A debut.
Matt, always fun to be in your company. Thank you so much for joining me back up here again today. Right, we'll see you tomorrow, 9:30 sharp. Remember, back on Sporty Stuff TV and on the MODUS Super Series YouTube channel. And if you've just come in from your lunch break, hoping for some darts, and you missed the best bits from today, don't forget that highlights are available on the MODUS Super Series YouTube channel. And don't forget to drop us a little subscribe down the bottom of the screen there for more darting bonus content. But as far as day 2 is concerned, well, Mr. Highlights Reel is still top of the pile, but Lonsdale, well, he's a shoe-in as far as performance of the week is concerned.